Welcome to Ready to Lead 2025.
Leadership can be a very, very lonely journey. And this is why it's so important to be in the right space with the right people in order for you to have the right information to make the life of leadership a lot easier.
Together we are stronger. So there's nowhere that you can feel alone as being a school leader.
As a leader, you have to think, what did I bring to that situation? What could I change if I was to arrive there again? Be self-aware enough to know that sometimes we don't always arrive in a good frame of mind or with a good decision-making head on.
I truly believe in vision. The Head Teacher Chat have been able to work with many people over the many years. And I know this is the space that's going to give you what you need to take your leadership game to another level.
Ready to Lead 2025. 2 powerful days of clarity, purpose, and connection. With keynote speakers, practical workshops, statutory updates, and interactive sessions. So what is the School Leader Community?
The School Leader Community platform connects you directly with other leaders out there, heads, deputies, senior leaders, whatever your role in leadership is, you're all very welcome. The idea is that it's a space which is trusted and safe. You can chat with people who understand your challenges. You can share experiences and build that really strong professional network around you. So the School Leader Community gives you access to all of our downloadable checklists, our policies, our improvement plans, our leadership guides. They're all created by us, experienced school leaders, and they are trusted by you. It's not theory, it's what you use every single day that will save you hours and hours and hours, help you improve outcomes and make a big impact on children and young families in your school.
It's a great platform, very useful and informative. I'm seeking my first headship, and I know this site will support me with that.
So we get it, we understand it. We've been in most roles within school. We've had most situations that happened in schools. So we understand how you feel and the issues that you might be having in school. That's why we set up the platform, so we can then share the knowledge and understanding from other head teachers who've probably gone through the same thing. And we can give you a sort of like a virtual hug to support you through these times.
Education is a very, very tough gig, and the fact that you are in this space supporting leaders is amazing. So thank you very much for creating loving and amazing supporting community. Can't wait to see you both and everybody else on the 27th and 28th of August.
For more support, sign up today by scanning the QR code below.
Oh, wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. It's so lovely to see you all coming in, saying hello and saying where you're from. It's great to see you all here. Thank you so much for joining us, and happy last week in August. And we hope you really enjoy the next 2 days. I'm Lucy, and I'm joined here by Jackson and Jonathan. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, so fabulous to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. So welcome to our event today called Ready to Lead, and it's our first day of a 2-day event. And we have planned this to not just be any event. This is the start of a new chapter in our eyes in school leadership. And over the next 2 days, you'll hear from inspiring speakers, share ideas with over 600 of you out there, actually, who have signed up to watch this today, over 600 fellow leaders, and leave with practical strategies that you can use straight away so you're ready for it next week.
So I'm Jonathan and this is Lucy, and we were experienced school leaders. I was a deputy CEO of an academy trust up until a couple of years ago, and Lucy was an acting head, an inclusion lead, and every other role in schools possible for a federation. So we have created this platform to help support school leaders across the country and give you trusted advices, resources, and a vibrant community that can help you.
Amazing. And what do we do? So what we connect you guys together, we share our expertise. As Jonathan said, we've been school leaders for a long, long time. Both Jonathan and I have been in education for 30 years. So we've pretty much done everything that you can possibly imagine. So we connect leaders, we share our expertise, we highlight interesting tools and resources that might make your role easier and your leadership stronger. Our mission is to help you feel supported, confident, and connected. We totally believe that every leader out there should feel like you've got a support network around you.
So I will like to introduce Jackson. Jackson's been a good friend of ours for quite a few years now. And I remember during the lockdown, we used to support each other and help each other and chat all the time about what's going on. And he was a great support to us. And I said to Lucy a couple of years ago, if ever we're doing an online conference for school leaders, I want Jackson to come and do the keynotes presentation. And I was adamant for that for a long, long time, because if we want someone to talk about motivation and inspiring people, I can't think of anyone better than Jackson. So welcome, Jackson.
You guys are in for a treat. Welcome, Jackson.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. And to everybody watching, first of all, thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Jonathan, for this opportunity to be able to set everybody up for the new academic term. 6 weeks just gone like that. It felt like 6 minutes. Anybody in the comments below? Is it me or did it go so quickly? John? How about you?
Oh, yeah. Just
well, I was just saying that I'd be glad to I always look forward to going back to school because it's a rest.
Yes.
Don't listen to him, everyone. Don't listen.
Yeah. Jonathan,
all those
Lucy's
DIY
gonna get
jobs,
everything,
all those
Lucy.
things in school, at home. No, not at all. I love the first term of school. I really loved meeting all the children again, all the staff again. So it was one of my high points of the school year, that first inset day.
That's amazing. Yeah. Well, as we're in this sort of mode, what was the big why behind putting this community together? Because I think there is something about environment that dictates our performance. And I think the environment that we're in helps us to perform better. What was the great why behind this?
Well, I think essentially we started out on a Twitter and X about 10 years ago, and we were asking questions to the community and on X, and we got some really good answers from some very respected people. So Lucy used to talk to Dame Alison Peacock quite a lot about how to do change in school. And as it's all evolved, it's actually now, where do you go for asking questions to fellow school leaders about what you are feeling at this moment? And we've had hundreds and thousands of questions over the year, and we just want to support as many people as we think. And we always think it's peer support is always the best way to do that. Have someone that you would say, oh, have you tried this? What do you reckon about this? And so that's what the community is all about. It's a safe place. It's not got all the noise of Facebook, Twitter and LinkedIn. It is a safe place for school leaders.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. And like Jonathan mentioned, like in the past when I used to chat with Alison Peacock on Twitter, that for me was a real game-changing moment, Jackson, because I was in a school which was really struggling. Our school had just gone into special measures, and we were really upset. There was no other way to describe it. We were very shocked, very upset, and I really didn't know how to get us out of it. And Jonathan said to me one day after school, he said, Lucy, you need to read this book that Alison's written. Read it and see what you think. It might help. So I read it over the weekend, and I messaged Dame Alison Peacock on Twitter, never believing for a minute she would reply to me. She was such a lovely person, and in my eyes I was like starstruck. And she did reply to me, and I said to her, Alison, I'd really like to do what you've done in your school, in my school. Do you think I could have a go? Would you mind if I did? And her words were, you must go for it. So on the Monday morning when I got into school, I spoke to what was then a county head, who just literally started at 9 o'clock, and said, I've got this vision. I've got an idea of how to get us out of special measures. My name's Lucy, by the way. Would you mind if I went ahead and did it? And he just went, yes, you must go for it. So I did. And 10 months later, the school was taken out of special measures. The whole school was just alive with positivity and happiness, and it was a completely different space to what it was before. And that was just because I'd reached out to someone who I'd never met before on social media. It's called, what was the book called, Jonathan? Challenging Learning Without Limits. It's an old book now, Chris. And basically it just transformed us as a community. And that was all because I reached out to somebody else who wasn't in my county, who didn't know me in my circumstances. I just reached out and asked for some help. And I found this amazing community around me. And that supported me. And that's when I became acting head of that school. That was shortly after. So it was a real transformative journey. And oh my goodness, it was hard. It was really hard. You know, it's a very big thing to suddenly change everything your school is doing.
Yes.
But I did it, and all thanks to Jonathan for suggesting it. So
that's it.
Yeah.
And this is the power of oneness and community. To everybody watching right now, I need us to all know that we're not alone in the race of leadership. We're not alone. We don't have to do it alone. Who said you have to do it alone? I think there is this whole thing of, oh, I got to do it. But no, we have to bring in the three musketeers. Together we stand, divided we fall kind of thing, because it's all about one mission, one vision, which is the next generation. So it's amazing to hear that it was all about community coming together as one that solved the whole problem and has brought you all here now to be able to help other leaders on their journey. This is fascinating. This is amazing. I'm loving that. If we were in the room right now, I'll get everybody to just put their hands together. But because we're not in the room, I just want you to all just sort of, if there's an emoji or a number 5 to applaud, type number 5 in the comments below, just to applaud the vision of Head Teacher Chat and the school leaders community. I want to see your 5s in the comments below.
Oh, thanks everyone. It was a big moment, you know, and I think it's because we really care, don't we? We care about our schools. They are everything to us. You know, our school, the school that I was at, was where our children were. You know, I've worked there for a long time and we were very invested in it. So yeah, thank you everybody. I really appreciate that. I wasn't expecting applause, but I just wanted to share like an experience I'd had, because it really taught me, all thanks to Jonathan. It was Jonathan's idea that actually we should be sharing stuff together, we should be working together. We're all doing the same job essentially, we're just in different buildings. So it was really exciting to see that happen, and it made a big impact on the children and the families around us. And so I was very grateful. So thank you everybody for your virtual applauses.
Virtual applause indeed. This is truly, truly fantastic. Did you want to chime in something there, Jonathan?
I did. In some ways, the whole platform is for school leaders. So if you've got any ideas, anything you want to do, just help us, because we just want to grow it and build it. And we've got some exciting projects coming up. We've got the AI assistant in there, and we are developing an app at the moment. So in a couple of weeks' time, there'll be an app in the App Store and the Google Play, all about school leaders, supporting school leaders. So you don't have to log into a browser, you just go on your phone, and it's just wanting that instant connection with other people and asking questions about it. Yes. So we're there 24/7.
I love that. This is so amazing. Well, if you're watching, you are live. Thank God for technology that's connected with us. Whether you're watching from a beach in Bali or you are watching from your back garden in Birmingham, doesn't matter where you're watching from. It's so important to kind of get you cranked up into the zone for the new term. I'm not going to lie. I had my first keynote last week, and it was the most difficult keynote of my life, because switching up for 6 weeks, I was just like, how do I do this again? Oh my gosh. Because your body is just in rest mode. And where's my laptop charger and my clicker? So I don't know if anybody else watching has been going through the same thing where you're just in that rest mode and you now need to crank up into this, professional machine now. But I'm glad. Well, we're excited for today and we have a lot to share. So we're going to just bring on the screen right now to kind of show you our agenda for this amazing 2 days. But for today, we've done the welcome from our amazing hosts and founder. In a moment, I will be sharing a keynote with you with regards to, is this the start of something bigger? Okay, this is it. We're going into a new term. We want new energy, new vision, new goals. And also, we're going to be looking at communicating with parents, keeping children safe in education with Jon. And we're going to be looking at the amazing Andy Kent is in the building. That's going to be bringing in some insights. And then truly great teaching at 3:00. I feel like I'm doing a ITV News presenting here. And then we're going to finish off at 4:00. It's going to be an amazing time. If you're watching here today and you're feeling good, I just want you to type good in the comments below. Just type good in the comments below, because we are ready to rock and roll and fire things up.
Thanks, Jackson. And we love questions, everyone. So if you've got a question or there's something that's niggling you and you want to kind of solve a problem or an issue that you've got before the start of term, put it in the chat. Let's see if we can all help each other. That's what the community is for. We're here to answer the questions whilst Jackson looks after you today. So if you've got any questions, please do ask.
Excellent. Some people might say, can I get an extra 2 weeks? If you would love an extra 2 weeks, I have no doubts, So I'm going to throw something out. I mean, everything in leadership is about confidence. It's about confidence. As a leader myself, been running my business now for the last 25 years, leadership position, it can be lonely sometimes, and you can lose your confidence. And it's funny, Jonathan, leadership is the one place where you're feeling vulnerable, but you're too scared to share your vulnerability. And it's weird because we're humans first before we are leaders. And so I'm interested to find out where everybody is in terms of your leadership and your confidence. We want to reflect on your leadership journey and identify your current level of confidence as you approach this new term. So in the comments below, are you a 1? Are you a 2? Are you a 3? Are you a 1? Emerging confidence. I'm just climbing out of that pit, starting out ready to learn and grow. Are you a number 2? Developing confidence and building the skills and seeing progress. Or are you a 3? You're ready to rock and roll. Type in the comments below. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Are you a -2 or a -3? I don't know. 1, 2, and 3. Leaders with assurance, inspiring others. We got a 2.5. Excellent. Catherine says 1. Anthony says 2.5. I love that. We've got Joe 2.5. A lot of 2.5s. Yes, 2.5s. We've got some 1s. Lucy's 1s. This is amazing. Sarah says a 1. Well, hopefully by the end of these 2 days, we're going to get you up to a 2 or a 3. Ian says a 2. Amina says 1.5. Yes, John says 2. This is fantastic. Yes. Rachel, 1.5. That's great. Well, leadership doesn't have to be a lonely journey. Together we do stand, divided we fall. The one thing I will say is, do open up. Vulnerability is your strength, but vulnerability in the right space. Don't be vulnerable in the wrong space. And I think it's important that in this school leaders community, when you're vulnerable, I mean, like just for me, this week has been a tough week because I would wake up with my to-do list right in front of me, business, people leaving. I'm just like, we're starting a term next week. Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving me? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Like Lucy just said, if you have questions, please throw them in the comments below. This is an open forum designed for you. Okay, designed for you. Very important. Excellent. Wonderful. Anything else to throw in there, John and Lucy, before we go into the next bit?
No, I think we're ready to leave you to share your wisdom about and motivation to everyone.
Excellent stuff. Well, we're going to get started. Thank you.
We'll be in the comments if you need us.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to everyone who's watching right now. It is a great pleasure to have you here. My name is Jackson Ogunyemi. I'm the UK ambassador for happiness. I've been playing a role of educating and empowering our students, our teachers, and our parents. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well, help them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. That's the mission. If I was in the room right now, you would have applauded. Flowers on the stage right now. Encore, encore, encore. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I welcome you to this amazing opportunity, this autumn leadership launch. Great singing. Thank you so much. Oh, you're far too kind. Oh, stop. I'm seeing a 5. Thank you, Faye, darling. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Zainab. Whoop, whoop. I'm getting a whoop, whoop. That's amazing. Thank you. Well, listen, this is a way to start. Insert with the different flavor. Education doesn't have to be boring. We can bring the va-va-voom into education. This is it. Thank you, Tracy. Yes. And that song is a very key song. It's a very, very key song. Because oftentimes we do forget why we do what we do. In my short keynote with you, in a time that I have 3 things that I want to embed in your heart. It might be a reminder. It might just be. Number 1, I want you to remember why you do what you do. I don't want you to get caught up in the how of education, but I want you to be caught up in the why of education. Now, I know you get caught up in the why, you're going to use a lot of energy. That's why the second thing I need you to remember is to fill up your cup, because that cup will become empty. Right now, you might be on full. I know. But very important that you understand that when you empty that cup, you must fill it back up. And then thirdly, protect your joy. Protect your joy, because that's everything. That is everything. Remember your why. Number 1. Fill up your cup. Protect your why. Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. Very important, because that's where great leadership happens. So I'm going to go straight into sharing some slides with us. But before we do that, I would love to know, are you secondary? Are you primary? Are you special school? In the comments below, throw them. Who do you represent? Or are you leadership in a different kind of role? Throw them in the comments below. I'd like to get to know the audience that is on the other side of this screen. We've got some primary in the room. Sarah, thank you. Lucy, thank you. Yes. Lots of primary leaders here. Thank you so much. We got Rachel, secondary, primary here. Wonderful. Amazing. This is wonderful. Sarah, thank you. Michelle, thank you. This is superb. Infinite nursery, partner secondary. Great. Hi, Paula. How you doing? Yeah, starting 31st. Yeah. Wow, Vanessa. 31st year. Still looking good, darling. Amazing. Yes, this is it. Well, this is what this community is about. And we are about making sure that you as a leader, you're not doing this by yourself. Okay, so I'm going to go straight into sharing some slides with you. Okay, so we're going to bring up my slide on the screen, and I'm going to kick off with this simple message so we can bring on the slide. And my message is, thank you, you are amazing. Thank you, you are amazing. I repeat, thank you, You are amazing. Because you don't hear that often. I'm not going to wait for you to start the term before I say thank you. I'm going to thank you before you start the term because I know how hard you work. I know how much you give. I know how much you surrender your mind, your whole heart, and your whole soul to the work. People in education are not in education to make six figures. No. You're in education because of one thing, and I know this, because you want to make a difference. And I know you make a difference on a regular basis. But the question is, are you appreciated? Are you appreciated for the hard work that you put in, week out, month in, month out? In the comments below, do you feel that you are appreciated for the hard work and dedication? Yes or no in the comments below. Only you can answer this question for me. Working in education, I remembered clearly doing a keynote, and I started the inset day thanking everybody, and it felt weird to everyone in the room because they weren't not used to being thanked. Sometimes, not really, says Kerry. Sarah says, Emma says, not really. Isn't that a shame? Yeah. By my team, yes, exactly. And so it's lovely to sometimes get it, but I believe it shouldn't be a sometimes thing. It should be all the time. It should be all the time. And so if you haven't heard it yet this month, I'd like to say thank you. You are amazing. Yeah, Jenny says, sometimes, but not often. Yes. By my governance, but not often by staff in school. You see? And so I really do believe that the number one responsibility you have is to ensure that you are appreciated. If you're a leader here, I need you to understand this. Appreciation is everything. Because when you feel appreciated, your productivity goes up. Most people won't say it to you. It is this silent in the background thing that the more appreciated we are, the more driven we are. So thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. For some of you, you had your bank holiday. Oh, the weather was lovely. And I say, welcome back. Great into the zone. Maybe you've already had your staff inset. Maybe you're yet to have your start inset. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. All right. Joanne says, I do feel appreciated, but I think when you get to leadership, people don't think they need to tell you anymore. Yes. And this is why leadership is about vulnerability. It's about creating an environment where we say, hey, it's okay to be vulnerable. And I do still need that appreciation. And sometimes don't wait for people to appreciate you. You might need to appreciate yourself. Every now and then I look in the mirror and say, Jackson, well done, mate. Well done. You're amazing. Pat myself on the back. Because if I wait for other people's compliment, they might be caught up in their own mess. All right. So how was your summer? How was your summer? What did you get up to? How was it for you? Okay. Did you do a lot of sleeping over the summer? If this was you over the summer, type a 7. If this was you over the summer, type a 7. You just got in the nap. Or did you not get time to sleep? Because for some people, summer is work. Was this you over the summer? 7. Yes. Well done. Well done if you got those naps in. All right. Well, was this you over the summer? Darting around the world from beach to beach? Did you go away? Was this you? If this was you over the summer, you got to get away, type 8. Did you get to get away? Soak in another culture? Was this you? Reminiscing once again. Those 6 week space is so amazing. Did you go anywhere nice? Please in the comments below. Where did you get to? Okay, Bali, Dubai, Jamaica. Show off, Joe. Oh, look at you. All right. Like it. Where did you get to? In the comments below. Dominica, love that. Yes. Brittany, love that. Sri Lanka. You landed back in England this morning. Wow. From where, Kerry? Budapest, Nigeria. Oh, superb. This is what I'm talking about. Life. Dubai, Mauritius, for my honeymoon. Oh, Joanne, congratulations, my dear. Look at all these people now showing off in the comments below. Can you see this, Jonathan? Look at everyone just showing off now. Look at them. Look at them. Well, or maybe for some people, you were just hard at work. Did you see that, Jonathan? Everybody just in there having fun. Was this you? Were you in work mode? Well, I was meant to be writing a book over the summer. I'm not going to lie. I did procrastinate a little bit because I'm in summer mode. Okay. But just last week, managed to take my girls away. Just, I think, 2 months before we broke up for the summer holidays, I asked my daughter, who's 5, she's going into year 1 on Monday. I said, darling, where would you like to go for this summer? She's like, I'd like to go Disneyland. I said, Disney what? Say, what? Disney? We can watch Disney Plus. No, I want Disneyland. I said, okay. We made it happen last week. We were able to take the girls to Paris, and we had a week of the girls in Paris for the first time. And for me, for the first time, Disneyland first experience. I grew up with a background where summer holidays for us was literally our backyard. The finances was not there for us to be able to take holidays. But for me, this holiday was one that allowed me to tick off a list, something on my list where my parents could not afford to take us on these kinds of holidays, but I was able to take my girls on those kinds of holidays. So that was my summer. And I'm still vibing off it. And it's so amazing. And every day since they've come back, they've just been buzzing. And it's been amazing. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jackson Ogunyemi, UK Ambassador for Happiness. And my job is to create a world where our children wake up happy and go to bed fulfilled. I repeat, my vision is to create a world where our children wake up happy and go to bed fulfilled. Okay. I think it's essential. And please, in the comments below, if you agree with me, joy and happiness is almost being sucked out of humanity. Who would agree with me that happiness and joy is not where it's supposed to be? Type yes in the comments below. It's not where it's supposed to be. That we have a work to do as humanity to bring ourselves back to joy. We can't expect you as a leader to give all that energy, to commit to your vision, to do what you need to do when you're having to deal with some human issues, people's mental state. It's a difficult one. Kirsty says, I always think this is a good day in school if everyone came in happy and went home happy. Yes. We live in a broken world. It's a tough one. Yeah. The negativity whirlpool is constantly being fed and sucks us all in. Yeah. But here's the interesting thing. Negativity and evil has always been around since the beginning of time. But guess what the difference is? We now have more access to it. We can see more of it. I'll hold my hands up. Over the holidays, I would relax and I'll be scrolling through TikTok and I'm seeing all sorts from around the world. And I would go to bed overwhelmed because my brain has been fed with too much. And so as leaders, we have a responsibility to protect our mission and our heart. So 3 things I want to give you today. 3 messages I want to embed in your heart. Number 1, remember your why. Number 2, fill up your cup. Number 3, protect your joy. Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. What? Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. What? Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. Actually, everybody, type this in a comment below. Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. Yes, this is it. This is it. Remember your why. Fill up your cup. Protect your joy. This is active. If you're driving, listening to this, pull up your Ferrari and type this up. If you got that pina colada, put it down and type these 3 messages. And this is the same 3 messages I want you to take back to school, to your team. This year, we must remember why we do what we do. We must fill up our cup along the way. It mustn't become empty. And number 3, we must protect our joy at all costs. Why is it important? Well, let me share something with you. If we don't do this, where are we going to be? It's so important. So what is the big why? Why do we do what we do? The song I sang at the beginning was just that. My daughter's 5. She's going into year 1 next week. And my dream is to be able to set her off on that pathway so that she can have a better life than I did. And I'm going to hand her over to educators like you, leaders like you. What is that big why? Why do we do what we do? In education, what is that big why? Let us not lose sight of the big why. And so real quickly in the comments below, what is the big why? For you personally, what is the big why? If I was in a room with you today, I'll get you to get up and share with me, what is your big why? Yes, we know it, but we need to bring it to the forefront of our mind. I remember clearly one time we were doing a workshop on happiness at a primary school. And the young lady said to me, right at the front, year 5, I said, we're going to do a workshop on happiness. She looks up, she said, happiness is not real. I said, what? She said, happiness is not real. Every time you're happy, something negative happens and it takes away your happiness. So happiness is not real. Man, that broke my heart. And I realized in that moment, I needed to help her to understand that happiness is real. And so is challenges, but you've got to learn to manage both. So I'm loving these. Want to make a positive difference to children's lives, to make changes. My personal motto says, Matt, those that need us most deserve our best. I work in special education. Amazing. Encourage everyone to work as a team. I love that. To make sure all children have the best opportunity. Love that. To give aspiration back to some of the most disengaging pupils, allowing them to aspire to be the best that they can be. Thank you, Joanne Roberts, right there. I love that. I love that. To change education experience for children with autism as my child was failed. Wow. Look at all these reasons in the comments, everyone. If you get a chance, just hit the emoji in the corner, the smiley face, just to celebrate some of the ones. Go through them, because I think these are so important. If you've got an inset coming up next week, please don't start. Okay, I'm going to share something with you in a moment. Don't start with how and what, please. Okay, it's not inspiring. Let me show you why. There's what we need to do in education. There's how we need to do it. And then there's why we need to do it. Simon Sinek, in his groundbreaking book called Start With Why, said, great companies always start with why. They start with why. Why do we do what we do? It's very important to remind everyone why we do what we do on a month-to-month basis. Why? When you get sucked in by the how, you forget the why. How many of us would agree that sometimes we've gotten sucked in by the how and the what that we've forgotten the why? Type 5 if you would agree with me. Ebony says to show children that they can achieve great things and to make a positive impact. Okay? Don't get sucked in by the what and the why and forget. Don't get sucked in by the what and the how and forget the why. Very important. Okay? So if you're going to be speaking to your team next week, kick off with the why. First 5-10 minutes. Why are we doing what we're doing? let everybody write it down and share. Okay. If I was running an inset day, I always start with that. I've got one on Monday with a primary school, the whole staff, and I'm going to kick off with the why. Well, first of all, we're going to sing to them. Then we're going to go into what's the why. Now, there's one circle missing in this amazing circle. Once we've connected to the why, I'm reminded of an educator, head teacher, who she was driven by the why. She was dedicated by the why. But there was something happened along the way. She was burnt out by the why. That's why you must never forget the who. Don't forget that you need fueling. You need fueling. Don't forget who you are. Don't forget that you also need replenishment. And so this is the amazing success cycle. The who, the why, the how, the what. Educators and leaders that are frustrated and lose sight of vision, they focus too much on the what and the how, and they forget the why and the who. I want you to start from inside out. Does this make sense? I want you to type, yeah, baby, in the comments below. Start with the who, flow to the why, and then get on to the how. Very, very important. And so how do we begin to focus on the who? Maybe this is you. Monday morning, the fire is lit, and this is you. Monday lunchtime. You're burnt out already by lunchtime. Where is your energy? Practically, I think it's important. And this is why this community exists, to protect one another. The school leader community is ensuring that you don't get to this last burnt point. So I'm going to show something with you right now. I have numbered these matches. This is your dashboard, dear leader. This is your dashboard. From now on, ask yourself, where am I on the burnout spectrum? Now, right now, you might be operating on 10 and 9 because you've had the summer. Very quickly, when you are at your most sort of like burnt out stage last year, where were you? Give me a number. Give me a number. Because I know what danger zone is. Danger zone is 1, 2, and 3. Now, you might be operating at 4, 5, and 6, but make sure you get back to 7. Some people were operating from 3, Chris says. 1, Kate. Vanessa says 1. Ouch! Someone please call St. John's ambulance now. 2. Emma, -2. Was that a typo, baby? Ooh. Now, 2. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with getting to 2 and 3. But what do you do to bring yourself back? Emma says that wasn't a typo. Ouch, please. Please, whatever you do, let me tell you this. Make a decision today that 1, 2, 3 is a no-go. 1, 2, 3 is a no-go area. From now on, we're not going to operate 1, 2, and 3. As a leader of community, as a community of leaders, we must protect ourselves. Okay? If your staff get to 1, 2, and 3, will they perform at their best? No. And so why are you performing at 1, 2, and 3? And how do you do it? It's not easy. So please take a picture of this and ask yourself. I know when I get to, just before we broke up, I had 16 keynotes back to back. I was at number 2 and 1 by the end of July. That's why I came come July 25th. I shut the laptop down. I said, no, Jackson, get back to 10. Now, it's possible for you to get to 1 and still feel fulfilled. Okay? There's physical 1 and there's emotional 1. physically burnt out, but emotional, you could be at 10. Okay, so use this with wisdom. I was at a 1 physically, but emotionally and mentally, I was at a 10. But I needed to just replenish the physical energy. But if you are at a 1 physically and a 1 emotionally, we definitely need to call Jesus. Because someone needs to save you. Okay? This is dangerous. So please watch this. All right? This is for you. Now, I'm currently working on a book called Happiness First, 14 Costly Habits Killing Your Joy. And it'll be quite interesting. And this book's going to come out in a new year. But I want to sort of take you into some of the ideas that I've been working with that's going to help us come away from those things. Okay? Remember your why, fill up your cup, protect your why, protect your joy. What are the 14 costly habits killing your joy? If you would like to know the 14 costly habits killing your joy, and this is why the school leader community exists, to stop you from making those costly habits, because the costly habits will kill you, kill your joy, kill your leadership, kill your vision, and ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah? So, if you've been guilty of this, please, I just want you to type which one resonates with you if you've been guilty of any of this. If you're with me right now and all of this is making sense, I want you to type yes in the comments below. Type yes in the comments below. Thank you for those yeses. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay. Very quickly, let's go. We're about to finish off this keynote. What are the 14 costly habits killing your joy? Well, you might be guilty of this, and I know I've been guilty of this. Number 1, say yes to everything. Who needs boundaries when you can be everyone's doormat? Number 2, put others first because your needs are clearly overrated. Number 3, ooh, this one's a bad one. Cancel special occasion with family. Nothing says I love you like prioritizing work emails over birthdays. Number 4, don't work out because fitness is for people with time and self-respect. Number 5, create time for toxic people. Energy vampires deserve your undivided attention, sucking your energy out of you. If you're already guilty of this, type ouch. Number 6, overthink everything. Why? Nothing destroys the mind more than high levels of assumption. Number 7, chase perfection relentlessly because good enough is a phrase for quitters. Number 8, make a grudge list. Who needs peace when you can keep score forever? Number 9, be guided by guilt. Your moral compass runs exclusively on regrets. Number 10, I love this one. Buy personal development books and don't read them. Shelf help is better than self-help. Number 11, compare yourself to everyone, especially other colleagues and other leaders from other schools. Number 12, complain about everything. Solutions are overrated when whining is an option. Number 13, avoid delegation at all costs. Trust issues, build character, or something like that. Number 14, one of my favorites, glorify business. Remember, if you're not drowning in stress, are you living at all? Which one are you guilty of? You love that list, Anthony? Yes. This is us. This is the mirror. Guilty of lots of books I bought at the moment. You see? This is us as leaders. You can resonate with a lot of this. And so it's time for us to stop this. To stop this. We've got to stop this. We have to stop this. So real quickly, which one were you guilty of? 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 Fabulous lists. Well, this is our goal here as school leaders community to ensure that you don't make those mistakes again. We want to protect you. It's so important. You can say, oh, this is wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. But what are you doing to avoid all of this? Wow. Look at these numbers. This is scary. Very scary. Now, if you're making these mistakes, how much more your team? Okay? Look at this. Most of them. And so how are we going to ensure that you avoid all of this? Listen, I don't trust me. Okay? So I have to put myself in an environment where people have got my back. You've seen. Okay, here's a question. Those 14 mistakes, those costly habits, how long have you had the habit in your leadership? Be honest with me. How long? And they're festering in the background. Nyla says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 14. Ouch! Someone please call 999 now. Very important that we avoid that. Okay? Okay. So very quickly, I'm going to finish off now. I've got a lot to cover, but I'm going to have the slides available for everyone so that you can share it with your team. Now, what is the solution? I have put together the SMILE framework. It's part of the framework that's going to be in the book when it's released, but part of my keynotes now has just been about embedding these SMILE frameworks in the heart of educators, in the heart of leaders like you, in the heart of your team, so that we can fulfill the vision. Okay? Everybody type SMILE in the comments below if you want to see the SMILE framework. I've got 3 minutes to cover the SMILE framework. If you want to see the SMILE framework, type SMILE in the comments below. All right, let's bring this back up to the screen. I'm going to share the SMILE framework very quickly. I'm going to share the slides with you, don't worry. So we'll bring this up into the screen now. Thank you, behind the stage. All right, Lucy, if you can bring me up, I'm sharing my slide now. So this is the SMILE framework, very important. You must have a system in place that protects your joy, because if you don't have the system in place, the system will steal your joy. This is it's a game of systems, fighting systems. Number 2, you must commit to mastery in areas of your life so that you get what you need. You must be intentionality about protecting your joy so that you can perform as the leader you need to perform. Liberation, living a life of liberation so that you can perform at your best, making sure that you're protecting every part of you. And then there's a final one, environment. You see, the school leaders community is an environment that allows you to smile. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Systems, mastery, intentionality, liberation, and environment. Go on, go on. I know you want it. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Mommy. Very, very important. Take a screenshot. So it's very important that we understand that this framework is the key framework that we need in order to take ourselves to that next level. If we're going to put a smile on our face as leaders, we need to follow this. If this makes sense, type sense. Very important. Very important. So as I close, you must remember your why, fill up your cup, and protect your why. Very, very important. Now, I'm going to put together some videos for your team. I want you to scan the QR code right now, and I'm going to send these to you so that you can actually have access to the slides and to some videos. I can't get around to every school to deliver inset days. I do inset days and training days, but I can create resources. We could talk about supporting you. Click the link either in the comments or the QR code to be able to get access to the slides and videos for your team to get this message. Okay. And if you have any questions, we're going to get into some questions in a moment. My name is Jackson Ogunyemi. I'm the UK Ambassador for Happiness. Please, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Over to you, Jonathan.
Wow, what can I say? I mean, that's just amazing. I'm so glad you came and joined us this morning for this, because it's just been wonderful. There's so many things that you can take out of it. Can you just put in the comments what is the biggest takeaway that you got from Action Jackson's wonderful presentation there? And it was amazing. And you got all the comments down here. Brilliant presentation. Thank you. Amazing. So what was the best takeaway? What was the thing that you will take back to your school? Because this is what it's all about. This is all about actually what can you do in your school to make it a better place? So protect your joy. Start with the why. Look at the influence we've had on all these people now, Jackson.
That's amazing. And the influence has just begun, Jonathan, because the longer they stay together and keep this going, this is it. The 3 messages. I love it.
So if you were a new school leader going into a school next week for your inset day, how would you start?
I love that.
What do you do? They're still coming. Keep the joy, the energy, starting from the who and the why, and don't get bogged down by the how.
Yes.
And they're all going to be sharing it in their stuff. And remember, in the community, we're going to put this video so everyone can watch it and download it at any time. So you can look at it, remind yourself of the brilliance of what we've been talking about.
Elena just said she just changed her inset day.
Brilliant.
You see, this is the power of the school leaders community, where great ideas are bouncing together and you're able to say, you know what, I'm going to tear this script and I'm going to start with another one. See, this is leaders inspiring leaders. Oh, look, Matt says I've been editing my inset slide while you've been inspiring us. Yes, Matt, go.
That's what we want. Brilliant. The Smile Network, a Smile Network.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Definitely. This is amazing. Listen, do you know what? For everyone that's actually on here today, I'm going to put together a video that you can actually play for your inset day. So if you scan the QR code, I will put together a video today. Once I'm done, send it to everyone so you can play it first day back, bringing that energy for you. So that's a promise to only for those of you who are here with the school leaders community, because this is what we are about here. We're supporting one another, empowering one another to the next level.
That was brilliant. We got a fun day today. We got loads of things going on. We got different chats. We've got Jade coming up next to talk about Canva and how you use Canva. So she's waiting in the wings to come and tell you all about that. I'm looking forward to the CPOMS talking about the KITC updates. Always important that we're doing that. And Andy Kent doing his DfE and Ofsted updates, and that should be good as well. And then we finally, the final thing of today, which one of the best books I've read for a while, is Jon Tomsett talking about just great teaching. And it's such a good book anyway. So I'm speechless with all these comments that are coming through.
This is they're hungry leaders, Jonathan. These are hungry leaders. This is what I love about leaders who are committed to the vision and the mission. And Lucy has got there. Head over to the website, HeadteacherChat.com/community. Listen, the feeling you're getting now of feeling invigorated is the same feeling you should have every single week in your leadership. And you can only get that through a community like this, where you feel safe and protected. And I think this is what it's all about. So yes, this is amazing.
And I'm just saying on that, it's only £50 until Friday. So you get all the videos, all resources. There's so much information in there, so many chats on there. It should be a lot more.
Is that £50 for the month?
For the year.
Sorry,
to
wait.
join the community.
£50 for the year to join the community. No way.
Yep, it's only £50 until Friday. It goes up on Friday. It's a summer holiday introductory offer. So
That's less than £1 a week. That's less than £1 a week.
I know. You get all the resources.
Wow.
You get all the webinars. You get the chats, the community chat. I mean, some people have said it's the best thing since sliced bread. So, I mean,
Wow.
I'm not. I would obviously like it, and some of it's just so helpful. There's so many good people in there that just want to help people out. So join the community. Just come along. It's us to giving back to education in some ways. We want to support as many people as possible, and in that community, there's so much. We got Jade coming on, and one of her webinars last year. So many people watched it. I think 4,000 people watched it, and it was so good, and all the practical tips on it. So just join in. So
wow.
I'm going to hand back to you now, Jackson.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Going to do a video. Yeah, here we go.
Yes. Well, why join the school? Why for 50 quid, £1 a week? Here's why you've got to be part of the school leaders community. 50 quid. I'll be crazy not to jump on this. Cue the video. The journey of leadership doesn't have to be a lonely one. And this is why having a community of like-minded individuals is important. I know in my journey of leadership, it has helped me. And so if I'm speaking to any leader in any situation, I'll say, get yourself in a community ASAP, because it's going to speed up the learning process. A community that allows you to be vulnerable without shame. A community that allows you to be empowered and strengthened.
It's been good to have a private space where you can go and ask questions with like-minded people.
It's not right that leaders are going into breaking point. It's not right that leaders are on their own. It's not right that leaders don't have the information and support around them. Having been a leader for 18 years, and Jonathan's been a leader for 26 years, we've probably seen and done everything. We've been in those situations where you think, what on earth do I do now? It's like, where do we go from this? And who do I turn to? Who do we ask?
As a member, you'll connect with like-minded school leaders, access exclusive resources, and gain expert insights through webinars and through podcasts.
This platform has everything you need. That every template has been written by Jonathan and I. It's all up to date with the latest DfE and Ofsted guidance. It's very easy to use. You can just literally click on it and download, and you have all of the resources that you need for the whole of the year. It's a place where you can find as much information as you need when you need.
You're not alone, and actually you have the support network that can help you, and you can get advice from.
We're in it together. There's already 1,000 of you out there, so thank you so much. If you're here today and you're a member of our community, we're so grateful for you for joining us. There's 1,000 leaders in our community platform, and inside you will find all of your training that you need that keeps you up to date.
The templates to support you. You could be on other platforms that has millions of templates. By the time you find what you want, you'd be frustrated. But specific templates to specific issues that you can apply to get you the results that you want. This is what this is about.
Sign up today by scanning our QR code below.
Wow, that's amazing. So until Friday, it's going to be £50 up until Friday. It's 50 quid for the whole year. You definitely know that it's a bargain. No doubt. That's going to be amazing. Well, next up, we have the amazing Jade waiting in the wings. Jade Parkinson-Hill, how you doing? Is an education specialist at Canva. with a focus on helping schools and educators communicate more effectively with parents and communities. She brings deep expertise in EdTech innovation, digital strategy, and engaging school communication practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your virtual hands together for the one, the only, Jade Parkinson-Hill.
Jackson, that is the best introduction I have been ever given. So thank you so much for that. I loved it. I loved when I was backstage, you hearing talking about community and how we're in this together. I am, of course, the community manager, but I love the fact that in education, everything is so much better when you are part of a community. We're all in it together. We've all got a shared vision. Let's just help each other out.
Indeed, definitely. Well, over to you.
Okay, so am I able to share my screen? There we go. Amazing. Okay, so hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. This is one of my favorite webinars to do every year with the Head Teacher Chat community. My name is Jade, and I am a community manager here at Canva. I've been with Canva nearly 2 years, and before that, I've spent many, many years in education. I have been a school leader as well, so I know what it is like to be a school leader. I know the pressures that you are under, particularly time. And hopefully today, I'm going to show you some tools that are going to supercharge your productivity, inspire some creativity, and help you communicate with parents a lot more easily. Okay. So my plan for today is that I'm going to give you a little introduction to Canva for those of you who are totally new to who Canva are. Then I'm going to give you a live demo, which is all going to be about parent communication. And then I'm going to signpost you to some additional resources and our own UK teacher community as well, and some events that we've got coming up. So stay tuned to the end. That's when I'll also tell you how to get a free account. So yeah, so all the good stuff is at the end of the session. Okay. So in case you are unaware who we are, Canva is a tech company set up in Sydney 12 years ago. We've just passed our 12-year anniversary. We were actually set up by two educators and on a mission to empower the world to design. Now, when Canva was founded 12 years ago, I was a business owner in the education sector. It was my best friend. And actually it's become the best friends of many different types of people, business owners, freelancers, and we're now used by 90% of the Forbes Fortune 500, and indeed by educators across the world. So we want to provide you with all of the tools to be able to design anything that you want on any device and in any language. And the reason why Canva has become so popular and has grown to such a huge community over that last 12 years is because, you know, visual content has become so important. We live, we learn, and we work in a digital world. And we can help you create images, resources, newsletters, websites that look visually stunning. And it's not just about those pretty pictures. It's about speeding up your productivity, but also producing resources that is more likely to be remembered and shared by other people. 40% visual content, when we've really given some thought to the messages that we want to communicate and how that looks on our layout, we're going to help people to remember what the messaging that we're trying to communicate. Great for the classroom as well, and getting our students to remember what we're teaching. Okay, so there is so much that you can create on Canva. Lucy's saying we love Canva. What you'll find is if you haven't already used Canva, once you start, you won't want to stop because it makes designing things so easy. So you may start with a presentation deck for a lesson. But then you want to go on to making a website, a newsletter. You can make now beautiful looking docs, Canva sheets, podcasts, videos. You can animate things on Canva. And it's so easy to learn how to do all those things, because the magic of Canva, hopefully you're going to see this in my live demo, is that once you know how to do one thing on Canva, so let's say make a newsletter, you can take all of those skills into different types of designs. So that might be social media, it might be websites, it might be creating a video and including some animation on it. It's all the same skills, which just really helps your learning curve when you're starting out on Canva. Okay, so the good news about Canva, in case you didn't already know, is that it is 100% free to schools across the globe. It's part of our wider mission to become one of the most valuable companies in the world and to do the most good with the value that we create. So currently we have 100 million students and teachers using Canva across the month, every month. Collectively, we've created 1.5 billion designs, and we work in 190 countries. Sometimes that's direct with the Ministry of Education, who provides then the accounts for teachers and students centrally. Here in the UK, we work regionally with MAT, with individual schools. As I'll show you later, there are lots of different ways that you can create an account. And again, it's 100% free for primary and secondary schools. To date, we have given away over $1 billion worth of product, not only to schools, but we also give it away to charities as well. And there's no upsells. Everything you see today is 100% free. Okay. Now, because educators are such a big community, that big figure of 100 million users every month, you get all of the features, all of the premium features that business owners and individuals pay for in their subscription. But we've also created some very specific tools for teachers that, again, we know how busy you are. We know you've got a limited amount of time to create resources. And yeah, these tools hopefully are going to help you to do that much quicker and inspire creativity in your classroom. So first up, a little known fact is that we have, I think actually this figure now is close to 100k education specific resources built in Canva. So these are curriculum aligned resources. And we also have a UK team here who are teachers who are still working in the classroom, who are designing resources aligned with the national curriculum. So not only will you find resources on there that are created globally for teachers, you will also find UK specific curriculum aligned resources. In addition to those templates that are created for teachers, you also have access to nearly 4 million non-education resources. These are photographs, videos, elements, audio clips, graphics, huge ton of things that you can use for your learning resources to communicate with parents, that your students can also use totally for free, copyright free. Okay. If you've already got a library of resources that you're working with, don't worry, you can upload them very simply to Canva. Our magic AI will recognize all the fonts, all the different elements that you've got within your documents, and you'll be able to modify and improve them in Canva. You can also share lessons and track progress in Canva. As this is a great tool when you're getting students to work on maybe projects and they're collaborating. Maybe you want to give them feedback throughout that project. This feature is highly recommended. And then we've got something called Magic Write. So when you go into Canva for the first time, you'll find that we've got a whole suite of AI tools. But Magic Write is something that I use all the time to really speed up my report writing, copywriting for social media. And I know it's a really popular tool with our existing community and our expert teachers. It's going to help you to write reports quickly. It's going to help you to summarize maybe an in-depth report that one of your members of staff has written and that maybe you want to share with the wider team. So yeah, take a look at Magic Write. It's super fun. Where it differs maybe from other AI writing tools is that we've created lots of shortcuts. So you can say things like, make this more formal, make it formal, make this a bit more chatty with a bit more humour or with less humour. So that just really speeds up that whole creativity and productivity process. Canva is always launching new features. We have 2 big feature releases every year, one for Canva Create in April, and then we've got another one upcoming in October. This year, I think, was our biggest and best Canva Create, and we launched two new features, which I think will be really interesting for teachers to explore. One is the visual suite. This is where in one doc, you can have lots of different assets in different formats. So let's say you're planning a new project. You might want to have a doc with your curriculum planning. You can also then add in a presentation deck. Maybe they're your student resources. Maybe you want to include a graphic for a poster to go in the classroom. But basically, you can take lots of different kind of doc creation types and store them in one place. It makes it easier when you're working across documents on a project, but it also makes it easier to share with your colleagues and students. Undoubtedly, the most exciting thing that we launched at Canva Create this year for teachers was Canva Code. This is another AI tool where you can simply ask it to create things like educational games, quizzes, widgets, timers, countdowns, buttons. You can create badges for students to receive after they've completed a quiz. It is amazing, only limited by your imagination. So if you haven't already checked out Canva Code, please do. It is amazing. Everybody that's tried it so far, either at one of our events, in our webinars, or from Canva Create, have absolutely loved it. It's going to inject that fun and interactive engagement into your lessons. Okay, so for me, all of these features are amazing for teachers. They're great for you. But I think one of the big things about Canva is the power that it has for your students. When I worked in education, my role in education was all about preparing students for the next step. And when you invite students to come on Canva to showcase their learning in Canva, they're going to develop so many skills that will prepare them for the future of work, and having that AI literacy as well. Canva is a great safe space for students to have a play around with those AI tools. And yeah, big thing to know about AI tools are that you can switch them on or you can switch them off for students. It's entirely within your gift to do, but they are safe for all ages. Canva has invested a huge amount of resources in something called the Canva Shield. So it's safe for students to use. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, I have like a whole group of expert teachers who come together in our Canvassador community, and I just wanted to share two little slides, just sharing how they feel, what they feel about Canva, and how awesome it is for students. So here's Laura Dickinson. She's based up in the Northeast. Laura uses Canva with a whole range of different ages, from primary schools right up to secondary schools. It's accessible for all, and she finds it a really fun way to help students to create digitally and showcase their learning. Likewise, the wonderful Caroline. Hello, and I'm back. I'm not sure where I went now. Okay, so let's move on to a live demo. So just bear with me. I'm going to escape out of here and we're going to move into home. So hopefully you can all see this. This is my dashboard. I'm going to take you through how to create a newsletter super quick, how to create a website, and then we're going to talk podcasts right at the very end. So let's start off with the dashboard. So this is my home screen in my education account. Claire, I can see you're asking about how to pay for Canva. Don't worry, I'm going to tell you how to get a free account right at the end of this session. So this is our dashboard, and as you can see here up at the top, we've got some shortcuts to all of the different types of designs that you might want to create on Canva. So presentation, whiteboard, docs, Canva sheets, and this will take you to some education templates. But before we go to that, let's have a look at this toolbar here on the right-hand side. So we've got your projects. When you start with your Canva account, I highly recommend that you organize your creations into different projects. It will just help help with organization in the long run if you start that file and putting everything into projects at the beginning of your journey. Next up, we've got templates. I'm going to come to that in a little minute. Brand Kit is the best tool for parent communication, because this is going to help you to keep a very consistent look and feel to your brand. So if we just click here, we'll have a look at this one here. So this is a fictional school that we've added just so that you can see what you need to add to your toolkit. So first of all, we've got a logo here. You add that in as a PNG with a transparent background. That makes it easier to add to all your docs. And then as you can see here, we've got four different sets, four different brand colours that are aligned to that logo. The other ones we're just going to kind of ignore because they're for kind of like different demonstrations. But yeah, it's so easy. What you will need to do is find the colour code, add it in here, and your brand colours will magically appear. There you go. I'm going to show you how to use that. You can also add other things as well into your brand kit, like photographs. You can add graphics, and you can also add a brand voice. So this is where, if you were a company, maybe you would talk about who's your target audience and what tone you would like your copy on your website or in your newsletters to be. So it might be informal for some, it might be very formal for a school. But once you've got in there, once you've got that brand voice in there, when you use Magic Write AI, it's going to automatically make sure that it's maintaining a consistent tone for your brand. Okay. So this is Canva AI. This is a new tab that was launched as Canva Create. And as you can see, this is your starting point for whether, when you want to create something with AI. That might be creating an image. It might be helping to draft a doc using Magic Write. It's also where you find Canva code, so you can start playing with that straight away. You can now as well, this is a recent addition to Canva, create a video clip as well. Next up, we've got our apps, whole host of apps that you can use here as part of your Canva education subscription. The one that I think is the most useful for parents' communications is a QR code. So you can click here, choose one of the generators, add a link, and you'll be able to create a QR code for free and add it to your newsletters, websites, posters, whatever you're creating for parent communication. And last up here, we've got classwork. So this is where you can share assignments, you can review them and make some comments. And then we've also got a new AI tool specifically created for teachers. This one is all about creating activities for the classroom. So it's currently in beta, but once you create an account, you can sign up for the beta program and start having a play around with it. Okay, so back to templates. So, yeah, Canva has thousands of templates in its library. And the purpose of those templates are to make sure that you never have to start with a blank space. And so that you have templates that are beautifully designed by professional graphic designers that you can take, you can change the words, you can add in your logo, you can add in photos or even videos, and you can create something that is super professional looking in super quick time. So as you can, let me show you here before we go into a newsletter template. If you just click on education, let's say you want a resource for art and design, there are some shortcuts here as well. So make sure you go and have an explore with that if you're looking for wider lesson resource templates. Okay, so let's search for school newsletters and see what we get. Okay, so we've got over 4,000 templates that you can make use of. Let's take a look. Let's just choose one. I'm going to choose this one because I quite like the grid on there. I think that's nice to work with. And we're just going to press customize template. Now, I think having worked in a school and on a school leadership team, I know that most likely you're probably not creating a newsletter in isolation. And this is one of the most powerful features, I think, in our Canva education platform. So you can start with a template, but then you can share it with your colleagues. You can tag them in comments. So let's say here for this What's New article, you've got a specific colleague in your team that you want to add some words, maybe about an up and coming nativity play. Maybe they've already got a poster design that they can drop in here. So this is going to really speed up your design process because you're going to be able to work collaboratively with your team. So we've got this newsletter document here. It's in kind of yellow colours. But if we go back to our brand kit, I would rather have it more aligned with our school brand. This helps with parent communication because we're using a consistent brand. Parents know immediately when they see something in our brand colours that it's from us. So the first thing I'm going to do is I just clicked on the logo. I've resized it. Oh, undo button. We don't want it there. And again. And we're just going to move it over into the corner. Some more room for the mouse. There we go. And I'm going to move that back. So as you can see, if you want to play with an element, if you want to move it around, all you need to do is just click on it. This little toolbar is going to appear and you're going to be able to just move it around with your mouse. So we've added the logo up here. Next, let's see if we can change those brand colours so that our parents recognise immediately that this is a school communication. So really, I love this tool. It's amazing. We're just going to click shuffle. And straight away, all of the colours are changing so that they're aligned with our brand. And we just need to pick one that I think I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to go with that one because I quite like all of the white space. Okay, so how easy is that? How easy and fast is that to change one of our templates so that it's aligned to your school brand? Next up, what you might want to do is change some of the text. So I'm just going to change it to Year 7 newsletter. Again, all I did was I just double clicked on the text and then I changed the type. If you want to change the colour and the font, again, that's super easy. Canva knows that I'm working with this text box here, so it's added a floating toolbar at the top. So I can change the font here by clicking on the font. I'm going to go with that one. I can change the size of it. And I can also change the colour. I want to go with that one. There we go. So it's really easy to change up your resources. Now, you might want to make use of the Canva photo library. So if we click on elements over here, I am just going to find a picture of a school library. Here we go. And I like this picture immediately. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to drag it over. And I'm just going to put it in here. And it's that simple. It's drag, drop, take it over into your template. You can do this also with videos. So here's one. Let's just drag it over and we're going to put it in there. Elements, you can have so much fun with elements. So let's have a look at graphics. Go. Okay. Let's click here. Apologies, let's click here. Okay. So here's a lovely library tool, little library graphic here. Just added it several times because I was being impatient. Nice tip for you when you're creating learning resources is if you just click on the graphic here and you'll see 3 little dots. Scroll down, press on info, and you can see, press on see more like these, and it's going to give you a whole library of graphics that match with the one that you've picked, which I totally love. It's great for maybe if you're creating science resources or maths resources and you want images that are specific to that curriculum. And this is a handy little tool as well. So we've got this graphic there, it's quite colourful, it's different to our school brand, but you can just press apply colours to page. It's automatically going to make sure that your colours match that graphic. But that's not what we want to do. And one of the most powerful tools in graphics in Canva is the undo button. Never be frightened to try something out because you can always press undo. Okay. So that's a very quick way to generate a newsletter. When it's finished, when it's complete, you're going to want to share it. So here's how you do that. So you can download it as a PDF. Click here, PDF. You can also share a public view link. So you could maybe send this out on your parent communications platform. Parents can't change it. They're just going to be able to view it almost like a website. Clever thing again about Canva is that you can click on this little analytical tool here. And you're going to be able to see how many people have viewed your newsletter. And you will be able to get some demographics as well. So that'll be able to help you just, measure the impact of your newsletters. Okay, so let's move on to websites. Because all of those skills that I've showed you for how to create a newsletter, you're going to be able to use in how to create a website. And if you've ever created a presentation slide deck in Canva, then you're going to find creating websites really, really easy. First step is we have a look at the templates because that makes our lives a lot easier. So we're going to have a look at school newsletters. School website. Let's see what we get. Okay. And as you can see here again, we've got a whole host of website templates that you can use. They're all beautifully designed. You simply can click on them. I'm going to use this one. This has got 13 pages. And I'm just going to press apply all 13 pages. And there you go. We've got a one-page website, super quick, super easy. All you need to do is change the colours, change some of the elements, add your branding, and change your copy. And I think this is really such a clever tool to use. As I said, they're professionally designed. Your website's going to look like you are, a professional graphic designer has used it, and it's going to take no time for you to create it. So let's click over in brand again. Once again, we're going to change the colours. And In the first instance, it's just changed the colours on that page. But if we click here, it does all of the pages at the same time. Now, websites in Canva have recently got an upgrade, so you can now create multi-page websites. So to do that, all you do is click here. We're going to add a page. Go back to templates, back to design. I'm going to find a different template. This is just for illustrative purposes. Welcome to my class. I really like this one. I found this one earlier today. And again, I'm going to apply all 7 sections, 7 pages, and there we go. Super lovely, beautiful little website template for you to adapt. Now, to create the navigation in your website, what you do is we click down here. Again, we just look at those 3 little buttons there. I'm going to give each page a title. So I'm going to say home page. And then I'm going to click down here again. And I'm going to click class page. Classroom. We'll just call it classroom. And then you can see when we preview the website, the navigation is automatically built in. That's a really new addition and a very, very welcomed addition for our Canva community for websites. Okay. A couple of other things that I want to show you for websites is that quite often, maybe you're creating a website that is for a homework project for students, or maybe you're creating a website that's for a residential trip for students. And within that website, you may want to add in some links to resources, maybe to where you're going. So we're just going to add in some text here. And there's lots of different ways that you can add in a link. So I've got a link here, canva.com/education. So you can literally just add it like that. So it's you know, it's a hyperlink that people can cut and paste and copy into a browser. The other thing as well that you can do is you can add a button. So here is a button. We're going to add some text. Now click here. I'm going to move that up, and then I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy. There we go. It's not putting it in. I don't know why. Okay, we'll just put it in here. Canva.com/education. Done. And then you've got a clickable button. The other way that you might want to add a link is to add it as an embedded file. So you click here and look at this link. Let's just do it from here. Let's go over here. Education. I'm going to take it here. Press copy. Take it back to our doc. Paste. Click on here, and as you can see, it's added it as an embedded file. I think that's a really lovely feature for creating websites. It automatically gives some color and some images to your website, and it's a nice feature to use. So once again, you can use the comment section to add in colleagues and to collaborate and make this website creation process much quicker, and also a team effort. When you're ready to publish it, it's going to look slightly different on here because I'm using a student account. But when you're ready to, and students can't publish websites, that has to be done by a teacher for obvious safeguarding reasons. But if you're in a teacher account, you'll be able to publish it from here. Just a couple of things to note is that you can publish your website and you can add a security code, again, for safeguarding purposes. You have one domain that you can use across the school and then add in your own extension. Or you can use kind of a general Canva domain link. But what's really important to note is that when you publish it, make it public, and then you want to make some changes, you have to go back into this and press republish. So just make sure every time you make a change, every time you edit your website, that you republish it so people get the updates, because otherwise they'll only see whatever you've previously published. And then once again, you've got some analytical tools here so you can measure the impact of your parent communication. So that is websites. Let's go back into our presentation deck. Because one lovely little tool, which I've seen lots of our parents use, our expert teachers use, that our Canvassador community, is podcasts. Back when we were at BET in January, we had a group of 10-year-olds who have created a podcast start to finish in Canva. That just blows my mind. What was even more amazing is they had such an extensive knowledge of our app library. They had used apps that I'd never even heard of to add in sound effects, a whole host of wonderful things to their podcasts. But I encourage you to go and have a play around with how to create a podcast in Canva. I think this is a great way to communicate with parents. It might be something that you want to do, maybe a head teacher podcast that goes out once a term, maybe once a week, just recapping everything that's gone in the school. Students can use it also to showcase their learning, and classroom teachers can use it as well, maybe to showcase a project that students have been working on. And as with the other tools that you've seen today, both newsletters and website, you can collaborate on this as well. So for students, you might want them all to get to add in, some, a voice note about a project or about a trip, and then somebody can edit it, put it all together and make a beautiful podcast for your parents. To demo it, it's going to take a little bit of time, so not enough time for it today. But if you follow this QR code, there is a podcast toolkit that you can use. And when I finish this presentation, I'm going to put a link to a YouTube webinar from one of my colleagues over in America who does a really in-depth demonstration of how to quickly create a podcast. Well worth the watch if you've got the time. Okay, so that kind of includes all of our of the demo from today. Let me tell you a little bit more about how to access Canva education for free. Okay, so there are 3 different ways to grab your free account. The first one is to visit that QR code. It will take you to canva.com/education. And this will help you to create an account for yourself. It's what we call verified teacher status. You'll have to provide some proof that you are currently employed by a school. When you click on the application form, it will tell you the most up-to-date types of identification that the team will accept. If you upload the right ID, it usually takes about 48 hours to complete. Now, that's great. That's a great way for you to be able to access Canva education for free, super, super quick. When you've got your account, you can then invite in your colleagues, you can invite in your students to your classroom, but that's quite manual. The way that I recommend that you look to use Canva across your school is to set up a whole school account. This is what we call our SSO product. And you have to complete a form. Somebody in your ICT team might need to help you complete it. But what we do is basically we look at your domain and we verify the whole of your school at one time. And then we connect with either your Google, your Microsoft, your Clever, whatever your students and teachers use to kind of access software tools, computers, etc. We'll integrate with that. And then from there, it literally takes about 30 seconds. You can create accounts for all teachers, all students, all members of staff in one hit. The beauty of that product as well is that you've then got one central dashboard where you can manage, grouping students into year groups, into classes. You can turn on the AI features for students. You can turn them off. You can upload your brand kit in that dashboard for all members of staff to use as well across their accounts. So I highly recommend going through that process. It does take a little bit longer, but it's worth the investment. You'll also find as well that some of our features will roll out to that whole school product and only to that whole school product. So recommend you do that. If you're already a Google school and you've got less than 10,000 users, then you have a third option. This is just as quick as the verified teacher status. Again, you may need to work with whoever your Google Schools admin is, but we just connect up to that and you can create those accounts in super fast time. It will give you all of the dashboard features, the power to turn AI on, to turn it off for your students as you get in the SSO product. It's just a slightly quicker way to onboard. Been lucky enough this year to be traveling around the UK, and we've been hosting free one-day learning labs. We've been to Manchester, we've been to Leeds and Birmingham. This term we're heading up to Newcastle, to Glasgow, to Cardiff, to London is sold out, but I think the likelihood is we will put on a second date. So again, follow this QR code, come and see us at one of these live in-person events. They are amazing. The feedback has been absolutely outstanding. We have a whole set of workshops for you to participate in. If you are a beginner, there are workshops for you. If you want to learn more about things like Canva Sheets, which is our version of Excel, except it's got loads of design functionality in and AI tools in, absolutely beautiful. If you want to learn about Canva code, if you want to learn how to create video or animation in Canva, there are workshops specifically for you. So whether you're a beginner or advanced, highly recommend you coming along to one of those sessions. They are super awesome. If you can't get to us in person, then take a look at Design School. This is our library of on-demand training. Most of them are kind of like micro learnings, 3 or 4 minutes, and it takes you through, how to create a website, what I've done for you today. But you can also explore our certifications specifically for the education sector. So we have a Canva teacher certification, there is a Canva code certification, AI for teacher certification, a whole host of stuff that you can go through relatively quickly. It'll probably take you an hour, maybe 2 at the most to complete. And yeah, it's a great way to supercharge your skills in Canva. I also host a Facebook community. Please do come and join us. We have lots of people who are just like you, using Canva in the classroom, sharing their ideas, asking questions if they get a bit stuck on things. But we also host weekly webinars. We're doing a special run of webinars for back to school where we will be inviting our expert teachers, they're called Canvasssadors, who'll be sharing case studies. They'll also be sharing things like, we'll be focusing on things like video and animation, different features of the Canva platform. So please do come and join us in that webinar, in that Facebook group. We also run design challenges as well and give lots of things away for free. So lots of fun to be had as well as some really good learning. And that is it. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm open for any questions.
Well, that was amazing, Jade, as always. I mean, we loved your presentations and what you can do, and all the updates on it. And I'm going through the questions so far on, and it says, can you use it in Google Classroom?
Yeah, absolutely. So Canva's available on all devices, on all internet browsers.
I think you answered most of the other questions on there. Yeah, so fantastic. And the one thing that I would mention is that actually in October, we're coming down to the Canva headquarters, aren't we?
You are.
And face-to-face event at Canva, food provided. And we're having a presentation by Jade.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to it. So
yeah, it's going to be exciting.
It should be really good. So you go to our try booking and you'll see the Canva thing. I send a link into the chat, and anyone around the London area, come and see us, come and meet up. It's a face-to-face event. It's our next community event after this one. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's exciting. An event at Canva is not to be missed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. We've done a couple now, and they have always been amazing. It's sort of like, number one, the venue is incredible anyway, and we're in a new venue for this time. But the previous one, I loved that venue.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to just connect, meet up with people, and share ideas basically. So we're just confirming some of the people that are coming along, and we're doing more advertising about it in the next couple of weeks. But I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that presentation. Definitely a quick, workshop on Canva. It's magical. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Wonderful. Excellent. I hope everybody is feeling good and in the zone. If you enjoyed that, type a big C for Canva in the comments below for me right there. There's one thing to have the mindset. There's another thing to have the tool set. And that's what Canva does, just makes life easier. And AI has now been part of it, just makes things a lot easier, which is great. I believe we're going to be going straight into a little video now before we bring on the amazing Jon Trew, who's going to be taking us on a journey after this particular video. In the meantime, take a look at this video on the success stories and impact in action of school leaders community.
Here's what we've achieved so far.
This particular feedback definitely paints the picture of why this platform is the place to be. It says this: I am on day one of inspection. On Monday, we got the call. But what helped was that over the last couple of weeks, we had been compiling our thoughts on the phone call using the documents from this group. So when the call came, we just went through our script page by page along with the inspector. This was like having your clothes ironed for you or stabilizers on a bike. It helped immensely.
But for me, I think it's the connection piece. I really think with education is at the moment, and so, the fragmentation that exists within our system. And one of the things that's become really apparent to me, again, just through all those different phases of my life, is we are part of a greater whole. And I suppose actually that's why HeadteacherChat exists, really. The relationships, the connections. Again, we lead in relationship to one another. We need one another. And I think, if anything, there's something around what are the connections that individuals are building.
I like the collection of news articles, DfE Updates and Ofsted Updates, and the chats are great too.
I wish I had this years ago. A school business manager says the best thing I've ever joined. This is the kind of feedback that we are getting when it comes to the school leaders community, and Charlie definitely has a hand in all of this.
Our Ask Charlie is our new section to this platform. So if you go up to the direct messages, and it's got Ask Charlie there. So you've got the agent here, and we've been practicing it out for a while. So here we go.
People have called it a game changer, and I agree with them, actually. So it's like a virtual AI agent in your pocket. Imagine you could ask 1,000 school leaders a question. When you find yourself in a situation you just do not know what to do, you can ask Charlie, and Charlie will show you.
This is real support from school leaders who have experience of the pain you're going through, and this is what's inspired the building of this community and this space.
For more information about becoming a member of our community, scan the QR code below.
Amazing. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, if you've just joined us, we are here live at the Ready to Lead Autumn Conference. Hope you are doing well. What's been the highlight so far? What are you learning? How are you doing? Because in a moment, waiting in the green room, ready to come out to share with us some amazing information on keeping children safe in education is the amazing Jon Trew. How you doing, Jon? Well, while Jon is getting ready to jump in, Jon Trew is a safeguard specialist at CPOMS, the UK's leading safeguard software provider. He advises schools and MATs on the best practices for safeguard and the practical use of digital systems to protect children. Definitely need that nowadays. How you doing, Jon? How was your summer? Did you get a summer?
Hi there. Sorry, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me, but I can hear you.
Not the thing.
But I think everybody, can you all hear Jon? If you can hear Jon, type yes in the comments below. Okay. Over to you, Jon.
Hi there. Sorry, I can't hear anybody else. Yeah, hopefully that you can hear me. Yeah, thank you, Jackson. Brilliant. Okay. So, shall I start? Yeah. Somebody could. Yes. Okay. Sorry about this. So. Good afternoon and welcome. We're here to talk about keeping children safe in education. That's the education safeguarding guidance that goes with the Education Act. And as probably most of you know, every year we get an update which tells us the changes in the safeguarding guidance. And they're usually as a result of changes in other bits of legislation, the differences in the safeguarding challenge, new things appear, new challenges that we're faced with, and the guidance tells us that how teachers, how safeguarding leads, and how head teachers and governors should manage those new changes. So first of all, before we get into all that, I'm a safeguarding consultant. I'm 64, though you would never guess. I've worked with children for the majority of my life. I've worked with children at all sorts of groups. I've worked with gypsy traveller children in the care system. I set up the first children's centre in Wales back in the early 90s. But for the last 15 years now, I've been working as a safeguarding trainer, and I train all sorts of people in safeguarding. And these range from teachers, head teachers, social workers, nursery nurses and childminders, foster carers, social workers, and dentists. I teach the safeguarding unit on the dentistry course here in Wales, where I'm located. But I'm bilingual in safeguarding. I understand the safeguarding requirements in Wales, in Scotland, and in England. And today we're going to be talking about keeping children safe in education, which is the English guidance. So if you're listening in from Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland, sadly this isn't going to be much help to you, because it's specifically about the the English guidance. There is different and separate guidance for Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. And the version that we're going to be talking about today was published on Monday, the 7th of July, and the status of that guidance is what's called for information only. Well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is that this isn't the final version of the guidance. It doesn't mean that this is a draft version. This means that they're just telling us about some of the changes that they're going to probably in September. So what are some of the changes that we can expect? Well, I was expecting quite a few large, big scale changes in this year's Keeping Children Safe in Education. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think there are many significant changes in this guidance at the moment. But I think that will change because there are some big changes on the horizon. And the two biggest changes are contained in the Crime and Policing Bill, and that is about the mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse. And many of you will remember the inquiry into historic child sexual abuse. And one of the recommendations in that was that there should be mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse. There were allegations and significant evidence that some institutions failed to report widespread sexual abuse because they wanted to protect the and this caused significant damage. And one of the recommendations was that there should be a legal requirement to report child sexual abuse. And that's quite interesting for me as somebody coming from Wales, because in Wales there already is a legal requirement. However, the English change is going to be slightly different to the one that is in Wales. In Wales, the requirement is on the organisation, but the change, the requirement proposed in the bill that's currently going through Parliament is that the onus will be on the individual teacher or the safeguarding lead within the organisation. So that's not included in this guidance. So keep your eyes peeled. That will we will expect that to be added when the Crime and Policing Bill becomes law. We expect that. The second big change that's dates from the Child Wellbeing and Schools Bill. And there's lots of things that will affect schools and safeguarding in schools. The employment and vetting indications, there will be expanded checks and ongoing monitoring. They will be bringing academies into greater oversight and accountability. There will be regulatory changes for independent educational institutions, and what they describe as a strength and safeguarding framework. And I think the idea is that about sharing information widely, more widely and more through an electronic system with the health service and with social services and with education. And finally, there will be an enhanced teacher misconduct investigations where, rather like the police officers, resigning from your post won't mean that you will you can avoid investigations into your activities in school. So those are some of the changes that are not included in this one. Perhaps the biggest thing that lots of schools were expecting in this guidance was the changes to the relationship, sex, sex health and health education, and generally what that was advice about children who were transgender, or as the current guidance described, gender questioning. They've moved away from using the term trans and instead using this term gender questioning. Now, we were expecting guidance on how schools would cope with children who were gender questioning or who were trans in this new version of the guidance. It's not there. And while that's a problem for schools, especially as actually knowing about it during the beginning of the summer holidays. So if you needed to make changes to toilets and changing rooms and that kind of thing, you would have had an opportunity. But I think the reason that it has been delayed is because of the recent decision by the High Court to define the term sex for the purpose of the Equality Act as binary, and or a biological woman. So I don't want to get into a big kind of debate about that. That's not really our job here. Our job is to keep children safe. Head teacher just a week or so ago, and she was saying, we've got a problem particularly about children who are transgender or gender questioning, and the issue about what name they should put down on their school exam papers, and this can have a very long-term effect on their lives. So I was interested about toilets and changing rooms, but her concern was about the long-term effects on that child in terms of what name they actually had on their maths GCSE, whether it was the name that they use today and would be used in future, or that the name that they were given with at birth. So all those things I've mentioned are not in the guidance. So what is there? Well, a lot of the current guidance is about digital safeguarding. There's information about AI, about misinformation, about filtering, monitoring, and cybersecurity. And there's some other stuff about the language we use, and also about child sexual exploitation. And we'll get on to that in a moment. But let's have a look at what we've got at the first thing, and that's about online safety and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has been a big issue in the news. All the intelligentsia, all the broadsheets are talking about how this is going to affect our lives, affect working, and there's lots of scare stories about it. And there are some serious challenges about it, but as well as that, some big opportunities. So the digital world is a place of sort of increased challenge and multiple difficulties for everyone working with children. So what the DfE have done, they've expanded what we call the 4 C's of online safeguarding, which is content, contact, conduct, and commerce. And they've added to that another category, and sadly it doesn't begin with a C. It's about misinformation, but we'll get onto that at the moment. What the government have done is that they've directed schools to look at their policy paper on AI in education. And so that you can access this, I've put a QR code on the right of the slide, so you can get your mobile phone out. If you point the camera at that mobile phone, a little yellow button should appear under that, and it should take you to the website, the government's website on generative artificial intelligence in education, and there's some really good resources there for school leaders, for teachers, about using AI effectively and safely. There's some videos, there's PowerPoint displays, lots of really good stuff there that I would recommend. So the AI paper talks about the opportunities of AI, the safety requirements of AI, how to conduct an AI audit, and what to consider when planning your use of AI, and how to embed the use of AI in your wider digital strategy. So do take a look at that. I think it's a really useful piece of info. As I mentioned, the other issue around online safety was about misinformation. And again, this is something that's been in the news. We all know about the terrible events around the murders in Southport and the riots that ensued from that, which resulted from deliberate misinformation. I think there was a tweet going around that was read by 4 million people describing the perpetrator as a Muslim asylum seeker who arrived in the UK on a boat. And this was seen by 4 million people. And then this was repeated by Andrew Tate on his YouTube channel, and this was seen by 15 million viewers. So this is a real challenge for us in terms of safeguarding in schools. So the DfE stressed the importance of challenging not just extremism, but also misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and conspiracy theories. And that's I think these go hand in hand with that challenge of taking on extremism. And misinformation now is regarded as classified as a safeguarding harm. So if you're already a CPOMS user, you might want to maybe add that extra category to your CPOMS setup. Any school that's using IT needs to have an effective filtering and monitoring system. The government has advised schools about filtering and monitoring in keeping children safe in education, and they remind the school DS safeguarding leads are reminded that they can use the DfE's Plan Your Technology for Your School service, and this is a really useful document that again I would recommend to follow it up. If you scan the QR code on the right, you should go to that link, and so I can show you that's what the page looks like. It applies to England, and only you will need a DfE sign-in for it. And what I would recommend is that maybe this is something that your school safeguarding lead could sit down with your DSL, go through the information, use the checklist, and compare it to how your school's current security standards and whether they are fit for purpose, whether they meet what the DfE are recommending. It doesn't mean you have to do it today, but what I would recommend in terms of safeguarding is that add this to your diary. Say, this is something that we plan to do, and arrange a meeting perhaps in the next couple of months where the school safeguarding governor and the DSL can sit down together and examine that. And maybe if you've got a computer whiz or a consultant on your staff, you might choose to bring them in as well. We've all heard stories about about businesses being attacked. Very recently, there was the case of Harrods. I think Marks and Spencer's online sales were brought to a standstill for something like 2 or 3 weeks. And so in keeping children safe in education, they use the phrase that schools should take appropriate action to meet cyber. And to find out what these security standards are, again, I've added a QR code. You can look at that document. Let me see if I can find it for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's this one here. Plan technology for your school. Again, it's you need a DfE sign account for that. And these standards include things like how to conduct a cyber risk assessment annually and review it every term. How you create and implement a cyber awareness plan for students and staff to avoid things like clicking on links that are dodgy or being phished or all those kind of things. Secure technology and data with anti-malware and a firewall, and control of secure user accounts and access privileges, that you're using licensed digital technology that is kept up to date. You're not using old, out-of-date technology. That you develop an implementation plan to back up your data and review this every year, and that you need to report any cyber attacks. Now, my gut feeling is that the people who do these cyber attacks, they've targeted the big companies, Marks and Spencers, Harrods, those kind of people, and as those large organizations improve their protection, they're going to look for softer, easier targets. And we've already seen that with some charities being targeted. My feeling is that schools could be next. And the data that you hold is very sensitive. You hold data about attendance, about safeguarding, about employment records, about teachers' employment records, lots of very, very sensitive stuff like that. So it potentially, there is a lot of damage a cyber attack could take on your schools. So it is something that schools should take appropriate action. Okay. As well as kind of AI, one of the things that has also been in the news, which is been part of the review as a result of the historical sexual abuse inquiry. And one of the things that we found is that children take a long time to disclose. I read a report from Allnock and Brown called Nobody Noticed, Nobody Heard, and their evidence showed that child victims of sexual abuse took on average 7 years to disclose that abuse. I read a really heartbreaking quote from it, which said, it was a quote from a young girl who said, I wanted to say something, but just couldn't. It was almost as if I was trying to speak, but my voice was just cut off, like I was just miming, but nothing was coming out. So one of the things that Keeping Children Safe in Education has promoted, and is that something called Sure Space. Sure Space, I think, comes from the Lucy Faithfull Foundation, and it's here we go. It's an online anonymous resource where children and young people can ask questions about sexual behavior. It can be about their own sexual behavior. Is this something that I've done is wrong? My friend did this, or I heard about somebody else doing that. It might be the sexual behavior of others. It may be about thoughts and dreams and impulses, something that they've not acted out on, and to talk to somebody in a confidential way. Now we know that teachers are the most likely group to get a disclosure from a child. They are the children tell us they are the people that they are most likely to trust with information about sexual abuse. But sometimes it's so terrible, it's so embarrassing, it's so difficult to talk about, that perhaps a resource like this is a useful thing. So to access it, just look at the QR code or just type in surespace.org.uk. Right. So there are some other changes. First of all, the word autism spectrum disorder has been replaced. It's a pejorative term, spectrum disorder. Instead, the word has been replaced to simply autism. Much clearer, simpler and less pejorative term. So look through your documents and make the changes as required. They've also the role of the school virtual head has been expanded. So as you probably know, the role of the virtual school head would include children subject to special guardianship orders, but also child arrangement orders, and not just children under care orders. So their role has been expanded. The government have also informed us that they have changed the Teaching Regulation Agency's employer assessment service, and it's now called Check a Teacher's Record. And you can again you can have a look at that. I'll show you. I think I've got a link to it. There we go. Here's the new Check a Teacher's Record. So the guidance in keeping children safe in education has been changed to reflect that. Also in the guidance, it's also they've also made reference to and the Children's Society's page on preventing child sexual exploitation, and I put the QR code for the link to it there up on the screen. I would recommend having a look at it. I do rate the Children's Society. They provide excellent resources and excellent services for preventing child sexual exploitation, and there's some really good guidance there, some really good advice. So get your safeguarding leads to have a look at it. If there are people within your school who are working on child sexual exploitation, do have a look at that resource. Okay, so with all these things, all these changes, what can you do now to get your school ready and to meet some of the challenges, to meet some of the changes that are in keeping children safe in education? Well, let's have a look. Well, first of all, you can update any policies relating to safer internet use to reference the use of AI, misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and conspiracy theories. I would copy and paste that phrase there and use it and add it to your school's policy. That needs to be there with the 4 C's that I'd mentioned previously about content, and you need to add that to it. Oops. You also need to make inquiries now with alternative providers. Now, I think for some reason, I think we've missed out a slide about, oh gosh, hold on a moment. Let me see if I can sort that out. Yeah, sorry, we've missed the slide. A slide has gone missing here, and one of the important other important changes. I don't know where the slide has disappeared to, and that's about alternative providers. One of the major changes in the keeping children safe in education is the requirement that schools now need to know who the staff are working for working in alternative education providers. So if you're using a resource, an alternative education provider, then you need to those staff there need to have the same checks that staff working in the school have, and you need to be aware of them. You need to be aware of any changes to their locations and any changes to their staff. One of the things that I would kind of recommend as part of that is that that the school make inquiries with those alternative providers to ensure that those staff have the same level of checks as school staff, and that all the locations with which they work at and addresses are identified and recorded. So one of the things that I would also suggest that you do is actually go and visit those sites. That was one of the other kind of recommendations. Okay. And you need to agree that future dates to visit those alternative provisions. So ring them up, get them in the diary. The Keeping Children Safe in Education talks about regular contact. So at least once a term, that kind of thing, where you meet, where that is. I mentioned somebody there talks about after school club. I don't think that is what they're talking about here. They're talking about alternative education. So maybe if you've got sort of 15 and 16-year-olds who are actually working on going to like a forest school or another kind of educational provision under the aegis of the school, then the school needs to be aware of that. Okay. So what else can you do? You can remove the term disorder from all your policies relating to autism. Simply do a search and replace using Word or Adobe, whatever format your policy is in, and change the word autism spectrum to disorder and just call it autism. Much simpler and less pejorative. You should arrange a meeting between your DSL and your safeguarding governor to discuss the DfE's plan technology for your school service and the suitability of the school's filtering and monitoring system, and ensure students are aware of Sure Space and the services for teenagers worrying about sexual behaviour. So maybe if there's you have some kind of school website, or that you could put links to it there, whether you're doing any kind of school assemblies, maybe that's somewhere what you can talk about these services that are available to worried teenagers. So no, and after school, I'm answering a question I can see there now, and I don't think an after-school club counts as an alternative provider, though I will check up on that. So why should you be using CPOMS? Okay, CPOMS, I think, is a brilliant electronic system for protecting children, and it's the market leader. There are 20,000 establishments using it, got 98% customer retention, and is used in 55 countries. I've used many of these different types of safeguarding products, and I'll be honest with you, I can honestly say CPOMS is my favorite because of its customizability. Because when something like this happens, when government decides to change language, tell us we need to start doing new things, the ability to change our safeguarding recording systems to meet that challenge is already built in. CPOMS produce a wide range of products. Many of you are aware of Student Safe, and that's what the safeguarding recording system where members of staff can record their concerns about a child, and these are able to the safeguarding lead to to create a chronology, to create reports, lots of really great things like that. It's the market leader. We've also got something called Staff Safe, and that is a great tool for enabling us to monitor our compliance with the requirements of staff checks, not just individual staff checks, but things like buildings, fire safety, and alternative provision. And then we've got things like Engage and Insight, which are things that like local authorities or groups of schools can use together to oversee student safe and staff safe, and something called Visitor Safe, which helps us protect and monitor people visiting our schools. So CPOMS Staff Safe can help you to ensure that all staff and an alternative provision have the same level of checks that your school staff have, and that all locations are identified and recorded. CPOMS Staff Safe can help you plan and manage regular safeguarding checks like visits, and create alerts when things like annual cyber risk assessments and termly reviews are needed. Things like CPOMS Student Safe can also provide things like detailed reports of children who have under kinship care orders or care orders, and can provide detailed reports to the virtual head on those children that they support. And finally, we talked about cybersecurity. If your safeguarding records are on Excel spreadsheets, if your confidential staff records are just stored on your school hard drive, they are vulnerable to things like ransomware and cyber hijacking and those kind of things. So don't take any risks. Use a market leader, a system like Staff Safe that will enable you to sleep safely at night in the knowledge that you are safe from those kind of attacks. So thank you very much. My name is Jon Trew. There's some details. So if you want to know more about the projects, the products that I've mentioned, please go to cpoms.co.uk or sales@cpoms.co, or ring that number. Hi there, Jackson. I'm afraid I can't hear you at all. So
thank you.
Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation.
No, Faye, there isn't an update about restraint and use of reasonable force. I've read, I got last year's Keeping Children Safe in Education and this year's, and I've got this very useful tool from Adobe Acrobat, which enables me to compare the two documents side by side and identify any changes or updates, and there isn't one in there. Now, that might be, they might pull something out of the hat, and what I said right at the beginning, this is the draft version. Now, I don't think any of the changes that I've said will not be in the final version, but what we may see is additional things added to it, such as the guidance about gender questioning and trans children.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Well, if you've been watching, thank you so much to Jon for your time here. Thank you for your presentation. If you're still with us and you are getting so much, what a way to start the term. We're going to do a quick midpoint check-in. How are you doing? How are you feeling? If you've just joined us, how's it been for you? Halfway points, how's everybody doing? We want your questions in the chat below. Please throw your questions down. This is all about ideas. This is all about any roadblocks that you might be having as a leader. This is what this community exists to do. Together we stand, divided we fall. Leadership does not have to be a lonely journey. Okay? If you're feeling good, tap a 5 in the comments below. Yes, Sue says really positive. Good, says Justin Adams. Thank you so much. Sue, thank you very much for that. Made me open the laptop, eager to get started. Come on, dust off your laptop. Let's go. Some people are like, I don't want to go to school. You've got to. You're the head teacher. Okay. But, you know, we celebrate and we love you, you know. It's just thank you so much for what you are doing. Thank you so much for your dedication and everything you've been doing in education. It's so amazing, so amazing. Right, without much ado, I'm really excited. We got a lot from Jon, definitely a lot more to come. If you've just joined us, I'm sure you're getting lots. You're taking lots of notes. Grab yourself a cup of tea, maybe another cup of tea, or glass of wine, or pina colada. I don't know where you are, but hey, but I'm glad that everybody's tuned in. Well, waiting in the wings is a very dear friend of mine. I've known him for a minute. He's handsome. Look at him. There he is. The one and only Andy Kent. How you doing, sir? How's your summer?
I remain your humble servant.
Yes. Mr. Kent is the director at Angel Solutions and a leading figure in educational data innovation with extensive experience interpreting DfE and Ofsted updates. And he works with schools and trusts to turn statutory data into actionable insights that supports school improvement. Please put your hand together for my brother from another mother, Andy Kent.
That's a lovely introduction from you, Jackson. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, everyone. Hello. Welcome to this session. I've been a governor in a couple of schools, primary and secondary. My wife's been a teacher. I've worked in a local authority, and I know that policies and things like updates is very content heavy, and it's the afternoon. So for those of you who know me, and for those of you who don't, I'm actually in an office here with, I've got a ringmaster's hat on. So I'm going to pull some magic out of the bag here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share some slides with you, but I'm also going to make this very interactive because I'm a big fan of not just giving someone a fish, but teaching them to fish for life. So as much as we're going to cover some actual updates today, we're also going to prepare you all with some really super handy tips and techniques and tricks and use of tools like ChatGPT to really help reduce this workload with this onslaught of changes and content that you all have to read. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen. Dun, dun, dun. Right, Action, can you see that okay? You can all see it? Great. So let's get this party started. Okay, so I'm going to run through some Ofsted and Department of Education updates. We are actually going to look at some policy updates, and I know you will have just heard some about KIXI from CPOMS. We're also going to look at where are all these sources that you can stay on top of things. We're going to give you some practical, actionable, just like Action Jackson, we're going to give you some action next steps. We're actually going to walk through using AI, and even if you feel you're really adept with that, even if you're using a third-party tool, we're going to show you how you can use free tools out there like ChatGPT and Google Gemini to really make your lives easier when it comes to staying on top of even comparing documents, versions, or changes. Today's session is suitable for all audiences. I know there's a majority primary school here. I know it's all SLT. I never, ever want to forget special schools or secondary schools or any other types of schools. So please understand that in the limited time that we've got here, I'm never going to cover everything and I won't be able to go into in-depth for every phase. So I've tried to make this generic. And I thought I'd better put this in here because it's dangerous territory when I'm covering things like, you know, workforce or pay increases. Please don't shoot the messenger. I didn't come up with these policies, so I can neither confirm nor deny that they're good or bad. Just let me help you to stay on top of the changes. At the end, all of the slides you're seeing, I'm going to make freely available. There'll be a QR code and a link. So everything I'm sharing here, please feel free to download, to adapt it, to share it with colleagues, so you can just sit back, watch and relax. Throughout the slides, I've also included QR codes you can scan where you can open up things I refer to or links. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go straight in. I don't think I need to say much on the CPOMS changes purely because I know that's covered in the last session. But I think as a highlight and typical of all the different areas we're going to go through here today, I've really summarized at the top level the headlines for you, because for some schools or for some leaders here, you may not feel that these things are all things that you're not on top of. You may think, we've got that in place already. But I'm going to show you later how you can use AI to break these down and get the summaries, as well as updating it for a parent newsletter or for governors or for your staff for an inset day. We're going to go through that all together. So I don't think I need to go over all of this. I only caught the end of that last session. But of course, this misinformation and disinformation, there's things around generative AI, and there's some clarification on the virtual school head role. But in the main, of course, what is included in all of these slides is, what does this mean for you? So actually your induction, your onboarding of staff, or your training for your DSL, and any staff or briefing materials, you've now got to take into account the fact that in Annex F of this new document, which again, we've provided a link here, it looks like that. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. I'm very conscious that as a governor, when I was asked to read that, that is one giant document. So if you read it before, this is actually including in Annex F what the changes are, but I'm going to show you in a minute how you can make it even easier for yourself using ChatGPT rather than having to wade through it yourself or track versions. So I've purposely only covered that briefly because I know that was covered under the CPOMS section. However, one of the things that, of course, for all of you out there, and a good friend of mine, Mark Anderson, who some of you may know already, ICT evangelist, he's been around a long time on social media. There's two things that I think you might find useful, even if you're at the start of your journey, or even if you've got an AI policy and you want to explore what other AI policies look like. If you're part of a trust, there may be one from a trust. If you've got, if you're still involved with your local authority, they may well have done too. But what Mark has kindly given for free to everyone is an AI policy template. Now he's released it under, all the Creative Commons license. So of course, please don't adapt it, put your name on it and sell it on Tess or eBay. But I think this is a really useful starting point for even if you want to compare it to your existing policy, or you want to use it as a formation for those discussions in your school. There's both a why we need a policy. There's an article that's been written. It's an excellent article. And there's a policy template. So if you're at the start of that journey, please scan this link here. And we have included the link to the webpage where you can download for free. You don't need to put anything in. It's a completely free download. And I'm sure Mark is available if you want to use him for any training. I'm not affiliated in any way with Mark. I'm not on commission. I just think what he's done here for free for everyone is fantastic. No doubt in the head teacher chat communities, there'll be all sorts of sharing. It's a fantastic community, and it's very good opening up. Has anybody got, and please can we share? I'm hoping this one will be useful for those of you who are at the start of your journey. For EYFS, there's new statutory frameworks that kick in. There's frameworks effective from September for both childminders and also for the groups and the schools. So, of course, that's all your PVIs, your schools with nursery provision. And in particularly for Section 3, it's strengthened all that safeguarding and welfare section. So everything from teacher-pupil ratios, things around recruitment checks, safer eating. We'll see in a minute how you can get the more detail on that. But those are the headlines for what's come into force. I'm sure many of you will already be on top of that. So again, you might want to refresh your policies. Again, I'm going to show you how to do that with a hands-on practical demonstration. We also know that you're going to have to train staff. Many of you will have inset days for the first day back. I'm sure you're thinking of things to do that are inspirational and trying to get them back into the habit, hopefully coming into school after not wanting to come back. But those are some obvious immediate actions for you based on that new framework coming into force from the 1st of September. Attendance is just a reminder, really, that that same statutory guidance still remains in force. Remember, there's that national penalty framework, there's increased fines for your first, your second offence, and there's still that 2 penalty limit. I think it's within a 3-year period. There's also a bit of clarity there on that threshold for 10 sessions of unauthorised absence within a rolling 10-week period, which is equivalent to 5 school days. And as a reminder, I mean, please don't shoot the messenger on this one. We all understand cost of living crisis and the, you know, how hard it is to afford holidays, but that H code disappearing from school MISs in attendance registered, it's that authorised absence during term time holidays is no more. And as you will all be aware, there's that daily data sharing through WAND with the DfE, which hopefully you will all have seen your attendance dashboards with the DfE, where they're collecting that data on a daily basis from you. So again, just rebrief the staff again on the things that are in there. You may want to rethink your parent comms or even your policies, or just remind them in those newsletters what the official statutory guidance and the National Penalty Framework looks like. And you want to make sure that staff taking registers and your MIS, everyone's been trained on the use of that. But that's not new, that's just it remains in force. And of course, the one everyone's talking about it, and certainly for us with over 1,000 schools using our self-evaluation and planning module in Perspective, there's our new framework. And of course, wouldn't it be nice if ahead of November and routine inspection starting, we all had exact clarity and it was all finalised, but of course it's not. Please remember that while routine inspections don't resume until November, there are still the September and October inspections that can happen if you're, due a monitoring a visit from a previous RI or inadequate, or any of those ones triggered by safeguarding or whistleblowing. As it stands, there is still no official Ofsted inspection framework. There is the draft that they've published, and it's gone to consultation. So what I thought might help is, other than making sure that you attend the webinars, and I've got the links for those as well, it's obviously we're in this no man's land. So what I thought might be helpful is, because visually in one of our products Perspective, here are all the sections that were part of the education inspection framework. And of course, the overall grade was removed back in September last year. So there's no overall grade anymore. And that's still in force right up until September, when the new framework kicks in, that's in draft. So as it stands, this is the proposed draft framework with some proposed draft grades. And of course, when that goes live, it's very odd that it's still not finalized, but those are the sections and the grades that they've supplied in the toolkit. So we've mocked up in here, this is available for use for anyone using Perspective, the new framework with the grades from exemplary down to causing concern. However, we also spotted, as some of you may, The Guardian, I think, ran an article where they were showing some proposed changes to that draft framework. One is the merger of teaching and curriculum, and the other one is the merger together of attendance, behaviour and attitudes. And again, please don't shoot the messenger or comments about inclusion. And remember, this is just a Guardian article. It hasn't come officially from Ofsted. But they have changed so that that previously strong, secure, I don't think any of us really understood what the difference between those two judgments are, even if you've got the toolkit. And certainly for parents, a strong or a secure. So it looks like they've updated that, if the Guardian article is true, to strong standard and expected standard, maybe giving a bit more emphasis on what that's the expected, and actually that's strong. And exemplary has moved to exceptional, and there's some rebranding of attention needed and urgent improvement. Apparently this is going to be blue. We don't know what the official blue is, so we've just put our own blue in there for now. But we will stay on top of all that. And so for any of you using our Perspective product, when we launch this live on September the 10th, we'll make sure, as and when any Ofsted changes kick in, that we will update that as soon as is humanly possible, so that for those of you in no man land before November, or worrying about your current inspection framework, if you think you're due in September and October, We've got your back there. But hopefully that just lets you all know where you might be sitting in terms of having a go at doing your CEF. It's still up in the air. There isn't any official framework. There's only the draft framework. They are running an engagement program. And again, the link I'll include here in the slides. It includes things like this, where you can all sign up for free. You might want to send your governing body on there. And no doubt, or hopefully by then, some of these webinars, they will actually have the framework in place then, or at least in a version that's ready. We do know things, don't we, like they're going to not do inspections in the last week before Christmas. Isn't that nice of them? We also know that it will be a reduced set of inspections, because no doubt they want to make sure that the quality of these and the feedback loops and maybe some more updates that could happen. We're crystal ball gazing, but I'm hoping in this slide deck you can see what is proposed draft, what is might be coming, if we believe the Guardian article published a few weeks ago has got any merit to it. But of course, all we know is it's still very fluid, and all of us wish we had this content way earlier in the year, certainly with routine inspections starting in November. Right, so quick updates on behaviour and reasonable force. Again, we're still awaiting final guidance on this, but they've shared enough draft content here. So you have to now record every what's called significant incidents where reasonable force is used on a pupil. And again, that's what that clarity is, just awaiting that final guidance on what that definition is. There is going to need to be reporting to parents where there is a significant incident. And the focus on these policy changes are all about prevention and de-escalation. Now, I know that's really hard. I know, again, don't shoot the messenger. We've all been there with positive restraint handling and then seeing things happen when you do. But this is just what's in the behaviour and reasonable force section. So actually, even if you wanted to draft the simple recording workflow, I know CPOMS isn't the only system out there, but whatever system you're using, and I do recommend that you have a system in place, is no doubt those suppliers will make sure, if not already, that these things are built in, but you might want to have a look at policies or training of your staff in order to get this right. Workforce and pay, again, to the best of my knowledge, there is a 4% teachers pay award that kicks in from September, along with updated pay scales. It is still statutory for maintained schools, and it sort of remains optional for academies, but I know there is that kind of wanting to align that, and there will be later on a bill, I think, to increase the minimum baseline that academies have to use. As always, we're told there's funding, isn't it? But it will not be a full reimbursement. So absolute my empathy and my condolences, and my heart goes out to anyone who's already struggling with budgets, because it's tough out there for everybody. There is clarity on that link between pay progression and appraisal. And you'll have seen already, not new this year, that breaking of that link between things like pupils' assessment results and performance for teachers. So hopefully everyone's already on board with that, because that's not new. And please see now that you've actually got this optional thing now for your TLR 1s and 2s, that you can look at pay that's a proportion of their responsibility rather than their contracted hours. That will be mandatory from next September. And as with any organisation, every employee has a right to request flexible working. That does not mean you're always in a position to do that, but I think make sure your policies are in place to say what you do when there is a flexible working request, and make sure that's in line. Chat to your HR teams in your school, your local authority, or your MATs. So again, please make sure your pay policy is updated. You might want to look at your payroll, your budgets, and don't forget about governor approval or trustee approval. But that's your workforce and pay. And again, sorry for any schools out there struggling with the shortfall, if the government funding has not done a full reimbursement. But I'm sure, certainly as heads, many of you will have lost sleep over that over the summer. And I really hope you guys find a way through this. Okay, RSHE, It was published in July, but this is one that you can take a bit of a breather on because it doesn't kick in till September 2026. But of course, this is more about the digital age we live in and about pupils being exposed to more harmful online content. So it's very much covering not just online safety as we've always known it, but misogyny, pornography, and certainly AI content, deep fakes, exploitation. And it's very much trying to focus on positive relationships and well-being, as well as that focus of not just physical health, but mental health. And there's meant to be increased parental engagement. Goodness knows how staff are going to find the time to do all this, but there is an emphasis again on training for teachers, professional development for teachers. It's going to be really hard, isn't it? Something else has to drop in order to make space for all of this. So the action will be, if you're going to think about any form of parental consultation or curriculum mapping, and certainly for staff training, it's at least worth putting something in place now so this doesn't creep up on you this time next year when it will become statutory. And as you all know, there's a curriculum and assessment review. So Professor Becky Francis, it covers 5 all the way through to 19, and we're expecting that in autumn. You will all be aware of that. Again, it's around that high standards for all and that ongoing persistent gap that we still see for SEND and disadvantage. It's really hard to close. They're looking at it not being a radical change. I think we've all been there on every Child Matters and all the policies over the years. So no doubt everyone will be waiting to see what happens. And apparently they're balancing breadth and depth. They are saying there's too much content and we do need to protect the arts and humanities. So even EBAC is up for grabs for secondaries. Is that still the right solution? It's meant to be doing something to reduce the assessment burden, as well as preparing all of our students and pupils for a changing world. So actually this empowering teachers to be the professionals, that's really hard with all the budget cuts and the lack of time and all the initiatives that we all have to juggle. So again, I totally sympathize. Please don't shoot the messenger. However, there will be coming up, no doubt, impact once this is released in the autumn to review curriculum. You know, is the feedback that you're doing in school, is it effective? Is it workload heavy? And how can you reduce the workload burden on staff? Some of that's just about using the right software tools. Some of that is just about not keep doing the things that we've been doing for many years, looking at the impact of what you do, looking at the evidence and the research. So let's wait and see what comes in that. But much of that has already been given away earlier this year, which is why you can be fairly confident that these are all the things that are going to be officialized, if that's a word, in the curriculum and assessment review. And again, Key Stage 1 is still optional. Key Stage 2 as usual. Your reception baseline is still your progress measure. But watch out where PAG, the primary assessment gateway, it will be closing in December, and there's a new operations platform. So again, if it's meant to be better than the old one, no doubt there may be teething issues. So watch out for that, and watch out in your school census, whether it's the January one or your spring, your summer, your autumn ones. There are some updated exclusion and suspension codes and changes to some of that data, which your MIS provider should take care of automatically. You wouldn't have to worry about that. But it's good for your data or assessment lead to check the readiness. I know we got secondaries here, and again, some of those things apply to you as well. But again, GCSE resets under the spotlight, maybe just a single attempt, and there is a national review. So let's look to see if there are any reforms later in 2025. But this will probably impact GCSEs and the assessment model. Again, assessment leads to check readiness and keep an eye on that. So I wanted to just, even though I've whizzed through those, remember you've got all these slides. You all remember our friend Clippy, who was pretty annoying, but it was cool at the time, wasn't it? Hey, Andy, I noticed you've writing a letter. Well, we've now got ChatGPT. And it doesn't matter whether you've never used it, you're a proficient user, or even if you bought into a third-party tool that kind of acts as a middleman or an agent in between it. What I wanted to show you very quickly is how you can monitor the same updates that I used with ChatGPT to produce this content that I'm sharing with you. We'll look at how you can take your KYC updates, your safeguarding or workforce or pay conditioned updates, and give you plain English summaries, as well as then helping you prepare comms internally for staff or your governors or trustees or your parents. And so what I've done in here is, it doesn't matter if you know what these are called, but GPTs are almost like someone's built a bit of a template for you. So I've actually built some templates in here that when you click on these, it's actually going to take you straight away to something that will walk you through a process to generate frequently asked questions for things like the changes to RSHE, just so that you don't have to worry about the prompts. So we're going to look at that. And we're going to look at some of the news feeds as well that I used in order to stay on top of this, and how you can personalize those as well. You have, of course, got lots of these news feeds on the HeadteacherChat website. It's a brilliant community. If you're not involved with that, please do sign up. And so this is what the website looks like for education, training and skills, where you can choose and filter on different topics, and then choose to get emails sent to you daily, weekly, or as they happened. Or, this is the important one, you can subscribe to a feed. And all that means is it gives you a link. And that link is something that when you copy that link address, I've got a filter here for education, training and skills with inspections. And it means anytime new news articles appear here, I can choose to use that in a number of different platforms. The first one is if you're using Outlook, when you go to your account settings, you can actually choose to add the link that you added here to your Outlook. Now, great if you know this already, but what that gives you is all those same articles that we just saw, closed financial health, can all come into your inbox rather than having to go and visit other websites. So that's something that not everybody here may know. But also I think about other creative ways for some of you that commute to work or back, or if you prefer to listen to things. I don't know if you know this, but if you use Microsoft Edge, which tends to be a standard browser nowadays, it will actually read for free any web page if you just use Control, Shift and U. I don't know whether U stands for utterance or they're just running out of letters, but I've got a working example here.
Press release. Ofsted sets out measures to ensure steady and assured start to inspections under the renewed framework. Ofsted has today announced several measures to reassure education providers about the November rollout of inspections under the renewed inspection framework. Enhanced quality assurance process will see fewer inspections to begin with, led only by the most experienced inspectors. No inspections in the week before Christmas to allow for further training.
Now, all I wanted to do there is make sure that you could all see that it's very easy, including speeding things up or slowing it down or choosing your voices. There is no John Cleese or Darth Vader. Wouldn't that be fun to have policies read out to you? But another thing you can do on your phone, this is built in, I've got an iPhone version, no doubt similar for Android, is using the accessibility. Just have a look at how quick and easy it is to turn on this speak screen setting.
You can have your iPhone read certain text that appears on screen when you use Speak Screen. Here's how. In your accessibility settings, tap Spoken Content. Then turn on Speak Screen. To start Speak Screen, swipe down with 2 fingers from the top of the screen.
My week on a goat farm. While I consider myself a fan of the outdoors, I've never actually worked outdoors.
Okay, so all I've done there is shown you how to turn that setting on your phone, and I've just captured something I did on my phone yesterday. So just like Edge lets you read anything that's on your browser, if you're on a train or you're driving home and you've got your phone on hands-free, you can also get it reading. Maybe the audio is slightly different, so we'll just show you what this looks like on your phone.
Ensure steady and assured start to inspections under the renewed framework. Ofsted has today announced several measures to reassure education providers about the November roll out of inspections under the renewed inspection framework. Ofsted enhanced quality assurance process will see fewer inspections to begin with, led only by the most experienced inspectors, no inspections in the week before Christmas for sure, steady and assured.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop sharing. Action, how are we doing for time? Because I know we started slightly behind. Or anyone, Lucy, Jonathan, just let me know how long I've got and I'll do the last bit, which will be a live demo. I've caught everyone off guard there because they're thinking, we didn't think we were going to do that. So I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so what I've got here is I've got a practical example. I'm going to add in some files here that I've got in my webinar for today. So I've actually got my Cooksey PDF. So I'm just attaching that as a document. Please, can you summarize the changes in this document for me as a head teacher in a primary school in England? I want you all to be very comfortable with just chatting. If it doesn't do what you want, you ask it to change it. If you need it done differently, you would obviously adapt this if you're, in a secondary school and a special school. You can see obviously here that it's giving you some lovely summary content. And this is a lot more detailed than obviously my slides because this would be too much content to put on. So you'll see often when ChatGPT gives you these content, it often gives you a little thing at the end that says, hey, do you want me to do something else? It's even letting you know what this means for you, updating your policies and train staff. So great if you're watching this and you already know how to do this. But look at this. Would you like me to create a one-page head teacher briefing? Yes, please. So what I want you to be comfortable with is just because you've got it to summarize it for you, start thinking about how you could use that for, could you do that again for my staff? It will create the start of a slide deck for you. I don't think it's going to ever be as beautiful as our slides from Angel Solutions. But again, it might just give you that content that you can then worry about tidying up and focusing on. You don't have to use ChatGPT. Here's Google Gemini. Again, this is free. Just type Google Gemini into a browser and you'll see that we've got it here. So again, can you take a look at my existing safeguarding policy and let me know what things need to change as a result of the Cooksey changes for September 2025. Again, I'm just going to upload that same file. So I've got my primary safeguarding policy, just an example one here. And in throwing this into just a different tool, Google Gemini, then what it's going to do is look at my policy and compare that to the changes that are all there in that updated document. And it's going to go through and it's going to let me know all the things that it suggests I update inside my policy. I can even say, would you update my policy for me, showing the text here? And include the rationale. For professionals amongst you, the ones who are interested in this, I always like to ask ChatGPT or Google Gemini, can you tell me why you did that? Don't just do it for me. Let me understand why you did that. So in here, in this policy, there was something to protect children from maltreatment and prevent harm. And that's now been updated because it's telling me the Cooksey guidance explicitly uses the term exploitation as well as abuse and neglect. So we've got the change, but we've also got the rationale. So if you just include in any of your prompts with ChatGPT or Google Gemini, please give me the rationale for the change. ChatGPT can often be much better at actually giving you content as well. So I'm actually going to download this, swapping back to the Cooksey changes. I'm going to now download the head teacher briefing. And let's have a look at what it's done. Can you see here are the summary of changes from 2024? I can also use this to say, would you keep me updated on any changes on policies that come up from DfE or Ofsted from their news feeds? Now, sometimes it will walk you through, but I really want you to see it's way better than that Microsoft Office Clippy that we all dismissed after we enjoyed watching Clippy for free. What this can actually do is it can push updates to you as well. So we're not talking about RSS feeds in Outlook anymore. We're not talking about you having to go and fetch things. This is going to check DfE and Ofsted news feeds every week and update you on any new policy or guidance changes, and in this case, how they impact your primary school. I could say, could you also add in a summary of actions for governors if I wanted that? And it's going to then every week or daily or whenever I've asked it for, it's no longer just fetching the updates and showing you the news for you to read through. I think where we're going to see AI really help you all is to summarize that or to put it into content that you can share for governors, for your staff and for parents. Okay. And then I mentioned earlier, I've shared this link in my slide deck. This is just something called a schools newsletter FAQ generator. And I'm going to ask it, you can either press one of these to give you a head start, or you can just type in here, RSHE guidance. And what it will take you through is a series of prompts. Okay, do you want to include or just the recently published one? Do you know when it becomes statutory, or should I just default to the next year? And is there any focus you want me to focus on? Yes, so focus on parents, please. So I've included this for all of you, especially if you're new. So when you click on it, it's now going to go away and draft some parent-focused, frequently asked questions about the new RSHE guidance that you could use in your newsletter, in an email out to your parents. Can you see how easy that was, even if you don't feel comfortable yet with prompts? And it's all free. None of the things I've shown you cost you anything. So again, you could go back and ask it, could you reword it for 5-year-olds, for a Key Stage 2 assembly, for staff in a secondary school, for Key Stage 3? I want you all to see that it's such a useful tool in summarizing and aggregating and comparing, even if it's your own policies that you're comparing it to the updates. So I'm going to finally share my final screen, just so that you've got access to everything that I promised you would have today. And I will reshare my screen so you can see my slide deck. As I said, there's never enough time in the day to do everything here. I'm hoping you can now see. In the time that I've got, what I wanted to do is give you some of those actual updates. Hopefully some of those you'll be familiar with. I've also, if you scan that with your phone, the entire slide deck is also available by putting that link in there, the Angel and Head Teacher Chat link. If anyone's got any questions from today, please feel free to email me. Or if you struggle to get the slides, I will quite happily support and help you. I apologize if there's any errors or misinformation in there, but to the best of my knowledge, as of yesterday and this morning, that information was up to date. Jonathan.
Wow, that was brilliant. That was really good. So much information, all the updates, and I love the tips at the end. Really good tips and really useful. There is another webinar by Andy in our community all about AI, where he delves into a lot more tips and a lot more ideas, and it's really, really good. He is the ringmaster, and that's as simple as that. And Jackson's question, I've got nothing. I didn't get the memo. Anyway, we have got to swiftly move on. I'm going to hand over to Jackson because we've got John waiting in the wings. Where we
That's going to be good.
A quick video. I'll leave Jackson to introduce it.
That's it. Excellent. Thank you so much, Andy. Always useful, always impactful. Thank you. Please, number 4 in the comments for Andy for that amazing presentation. In a moment, we're going to be hearing from Jon Tomsett. But before we do that, let's go straight to a video as we enter into this little break. Want to explore more of this community? This video will tell you more. Thank you, Jon. Thank you so much, Andy.
our community dashboard, we have a say hello page. Everything in this space is distraction free, away from social media. This is your professional space.
It's great that it's designed for educators and away from social media.
And here in the left, you will see the topic categories: webinars, on-demand library, podcasts, events, community chats, news, DfE and Ofsted documents, all our closed leadership chats, our resources, and our virtual coffees and chats, and our sponsors page.
AI has become a solid companion when it comes to the things we do now in business, in education, in any profession. This is why we're excited, because we have Charlie. Who is Charlie? Charlie's like your Alexa, yep, the AI support to help you in this community. Charlie has been able to gather information from all the brains of all 1,000 leaders in the school community, helping you to get specific answers to specific questions when it comes to school leadership.
Charlie is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Get the answers you need when you need them.
When you find yourself in a situation you just do not know what to do, you can ask Charlie, and Charlie will show you.
Yep.
And it's a really helpful tool where you can put in your situation, and Charlie will scan everything, all the common answers to that kind of issue, and he will tell you what those answers are, those solutions are to your problem.
If this year you're preparing for a big inspection, or perhaps trying a new curriculum model, join the discussions with others who are doing the same or have already done it. You can ask questions, swap advice, and share what works for you.
We've all got to come together to try and construct a solution around that. My question would be, how is it that we can create a system that values that information going up to secondary schools? How is it that we create a system that gives secondary schools that information in a digestible way? The only way we're going to do that is to be able to have more cross-sector conversation.
Each space functions like a focused forum. For instance, if I click onto the news section, you can see recent posts made by us and by other leaders regarding the education news. If I click onto the DfE and Ofsted documents, you will find a library of all of the latest DfE and Ofsted documents in one place. So no more finding it on Google and trying to find the document that's the latest one. We've put them all in here for you, all in one place.
To find out more about the exclusive support you can get by joining our community, scan the QR code below.
Fantastic. Well, without much ado, we're going to go straight into our next speaker. When it comes to leadership and the journey of change, you want to learn. One of my favorite films growing up was Karate Kid. And in Karate Kid, there was Mr. Miyagi. Yes, yeah, he got Daniels on to wax on, wax off. Well, Jon, I believe, is our Mr. Miyagi with great wisdom and knowledge. Jon is a nationally renowned school leader and author, known for his work on improving the quality of teaching and learning, drawing from his decades of experience as a head teacher. He now supports schools across the country through leadership, consultancy, research-led strategies, and practical and professional development rooted in practical application. Please put your digital hands together for Jon Tomsett. Oh, can we hear Jon? Is he muted? Has he muted himself? Is there a mute
How's
button?
that? How's that now?
There we go. That's it, Jon.
Hey, good stuff. Now, it's great to be here. And just say yes. Can you see that screen, full screen of my presentation? Has it moved? Did it move on? Jackson?
Yes, we're good.
And it's gone to the enacted curriculum? Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for asking me to be here today. I want to talk for about 45 minutes about what makes truly great teachers and what we can learn from them. And I'm going to tell you a story, really. I'm going to begin with a couple of bits about what I've learned over 33 years of teaching, 18 years as a head, and 4 years as a consultancy, working with people like Tom Sherrington, Rob Coe, Mary Myatt, what I found out about curriculum and about teaching. I think this is really important. Principal Curriculum Design 2013, Dylan William, the enacted curriculum. And Dylan said then that a great intended curriculum badly taught is likely to be a much worse experience for young people than a bad intended curriculum well taught. And right at the end there, curriculum is pedagogy. Pedagogy trumps curriculum. And I do think, and I was talking about this at length with Mary over the weekend, I think to some extent we still haven't cracked curriculum. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that in a second. But I also think we've lost our focus on pedagogy and how you get children and teachers loving what we do in the classroom. Now, this guy is called Michael Young, and he wrote a book in 2014 called Future Schools. It was a brilliant book. It's about social justice through a knowledge-rich curriculum. But in 2022, in September 2022, he was interviewed in the Guardian, in the TS, and he was asked what he thought about the knowledge-rich curriculum 8 years after he wrote his book, which was very influential. And he said this: if you haven't encouraged pupils to engage in the process of acquiring knowledge, which is a very difficult process, then all you get is memorization and reproduction in tests. The current interest in the curriculum overlooks this point. It's so concerned with saying, have we got the knowledge? That forgets to ask, how's the knowledge being acquired? And I'm going to explore this point because I think the solution for the teacher recruitment crisis and for the attendance crisis of pupils in schools is what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. Lies in what in the matter and the substance of what I'm going to talk about. Now I've put Ken Robinson in here, beloved Ken Robinson for some people, loathed for others. He is Marmite, bless him. But one of his most famous lines is this: if you sit kids down hour after hour doing low-grade clerical work, don't be surprised if they start to fidget. I really like that point. And this story today is a story of two books that I wrote about spending a day with 19 truly great teachers. And I'm going to come back at the end to all this stuff around Michael Young and Ken Robinson and what we're doing in classrooms. So what I'd like to do to begin with, all you out there in the ether, get yourself a pen and a piece of paper, and I'll give you 90 seconds to write down the 10 teacher behaviors and attitudes that lead to pupils making good progress in their learning. What do you think your 10 are? Where I say talk partners, you might have people there, you might be doing it on your own. 10 teacher behaviors and attitudes that lead to pupils making good progress in their learning. I'll give you 90 seconds to make your list of 10. Off you go. And you can do it too, Jackson. And you, Jonathan, and you, Lucy. Doesn't matter if you got 9 or 11, roughly 10. Okay, make sure you've got that piece of paper with you because we're going to come back to that twice in the next 30 minutes or so. So I was head of Huntington School in York, one of the very first, and I still argue the best research school in the country. And one of the things I was obsessed with along with my colleagues like Alex Quigley, who was our head of research, was how do you track the thread from what teachers do and what they believe through to pupil progress, through to what happens in the classroom and the progress in their learning that children make. Kind of obsessed by that, and that's what we're going to try and explore today. I was lucky enough in 2014, October 2014, to go with Rob Coe and a few other luminaries like Lee Elliott Major and Steve Higgins and Cesare Aliosi to Washington DC, and with the Gates Foundation, we launched What Makes Great Teaching. And there on the screen, you've got the definition of effective teaching according to that book, and that publication. And what you see in there is how hard it is when you're trying to judge the quality of teaching to get away from student progress as a yardstick in one way or another. And it was great to launch that, and it's been a really seminal publication in trying to pin down what makes great teaching. Well, I was at Research Ed last September, and Raj Chan, along with Rob Coe, was doing a presentation called Moneyball, but for teaching. If anyone doesn't know what Moneyball is the story of the Oakland A's. They were a baseball team. They were rubbish, properly rubbish, and a statistician said to them, look, you're after the wrong metric. You keep signing people for a lot of money who hit the ball well. The metric you want to really focus on is the one which is how many times they get to home base. So instead of going for flashy people who their scouts said they should sign, they went to the data, and the data proved unbelievably successful, and they became at one point they were a club with the most wins in a row. I mean, they transformed themselves. So Raj and Rob were talking at Research Ed a year ago, in a couple of weeks, about seeing if they can find in Raj's trust a single data point for the effectiveness of teachers. And what that meant was, in the 12 secondary schools in Raj's trust, every pupil for every teacher has an exam at the beginning of the year, an exam at the end of the year, and every teacher gets a data point, a data average of student progress to measure them in terms of their effectiveness. So if you are a 0 teacher, that means your pupils have made exactly the right amount of progress they should have made. They've made either not more progress than anticipated from the end of the beginning of the year, and not less. And they were really, and I know this is true, they were talking about whether it's possible to start recruiting based on your progress score. So let's say Jackson, you're a teacher and you were a plus 0.3 grade of a teacher. Your pupils made plus 0.3 grades more progress than they should do, and I'm a plus 0.2 grade. We just appoint you, Jackson, because you are clearly, because your pupils make more progress, a better teacher than me. Now, there were lots of big fish in the room. Becky Allen was in the room, Sam Sims was in the room, Rob was in the room. And I put my hand up and I said, look, I was a head teacher for 18 years in a big secondary school. I've literally interviewed hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Some of them I will shake their hand and I'll look in their eye at the beginning of the day. I think, yeah, you'll do. And others I'll put my arm around them at the end of the day and say, don't go into teaching. It will be terrible. You'll have a terrible life. It's just not for you. When I said that latter point, I got booed, soundly booed. And they all started laughing at me. And Rob said, okay, we won't bother with any of our research. We'll just rely on the Jon Tomsett infallible interview method for recruiting. More laughter. And I took it in good spirit. But we had a coffee. I had a coffee with Rob afterwards. And I said to Rob, 4-year project for the National Institute of Teaching? Really? 4 years opportunity cost? Sure, there's something else you should be doing. And he said, okay, what? And I said, well, let me have a think. So what I did was go away and have a think, and wrote 2 blogs, one on the Sunday, one on the Tuesday. And by Tuesday lunchtime, I got a book deal with Crown House for my next book, which is going to be called This Much I Know About Truly Great Teachers and What We Can Learn from Them. And I said, I'm going to go around the country, find some brilliant teachers and see what they do. Now, I don't believe in the binary nature of discussions and debates in education at the moment. But so I had a further chat with Rob, and what's great, when I talk about the books in a second, you'll see Rob wrote the intro for the books, which is lovely, and it's a lovely, brilliant intro that sets the scene for trying how difficult it is to measure the quality of teachers. But I know they were talking about recruitment, because in 2 weeks later, Raj wrote that article in Schools Week. So they were talking about recruitment. But I know that what Rob has said to me since is that they introduced the kind of Moneyball thing to try and attract people to come to the talk. It's not really about the recruitment issue. So I've done some research about it. When you look at data points, Barrett Rosenshine says that, not a surprise. Matthew Kraft, in an article quite recently, well, last November now, in the Tomsett, he was, until Trump got elected, an economist at the White House. He said that. He wrote an article for the TS about trying to identify the quality of teachers. That's another point. And when I've spoken to Rob and read Raj's article, what they're trying to do is statistically identify a small number of teachers who have in their teaching a massive impact on pupil progress. So Raj said that, and Rob has said this, being systematic and rigorous, using the data to identify truly great teachers, and then trying to work out what they do and help all teachers to be more like them. I'm cool with that. But I know back in last September in that room at HeadteacherChat, they were talking about recruitment, which is kind of irked me and prompted me to write the book. So what I did was think about, I know lots of teachers. I've been in lots of schools the last 4 years. I've got lots of people I trust. So I got recommendations to go and watch teachers. And I also went and saw some teachers that I knew were great, that I've worked with in the past. And when people ask me, what do you mean by a truly great teacher? This is kind of my definition. Nothing scientific. A teacher who you think is truly great, who really knows their stuff, who teaches great lessons day in, day out, whose people get great outcomes, and who is just consistently great in every sense. If you've been a head teacher or a senior leader, this is the shorthand for who I mean. It's these people. If you've got a guest to the school, a visitor to the school, and you want to show them around the school, they're the teachers you take them to see, the classrooms you visit with a guest, where no matter what time of day or year it is, there will be good practice going on, and the teacher will be doing the stuff whether people are watching or not. It's those teachers, they're the ones. So this is where I went. These are where I went for the primary teachers that I saw. There's two, it ended up being 2 books, a primary one and a secondary one. That's where I went for the secondary teachers, and I've got one special school teacher in North London. So 19 teachers, nothing scientific about it. But I did want to think about it through a critical research-based lens. So what I did was triangulate all my evidence. So for every teacher, every teacher gets a full 8,000, 9,000 word chapter in each book, very short contextual intro, conversation with their head, principal. I watched them teach. I interviewed the pupils. I interviewed the teacher. I took all their testimonials from colleagues and pupils and parents. I summarized what I thought made them truly great. And then at the very end, going back to Rob's original point, I also looked at the progress and attainment data for their pupils. But that was the last thing I looked at, not the first thing I looked at. I went to Alex. I said, Alex, have you got anything on this? And he pointed me to a publication by Rosenshine, the Barrett Rosenshine of Principles of Instruction 2008. But a piece of work he did with Barbara First in 1971 on teacher behaviours. What he did was identify 11 teacher behaviours and attitudes that deserved further investigation and further research, that he thought had the best chance of making pupils have better progress in their learning. So if you didn't know what Barrett Rosenshine looks like, there he is. I went along to York University Library, which is just a couple of miles away from where I live and where I'm speaking now, and I found the book. There it is, Teaching Behaviours and Student Achievement, 1971. He wrote that himself, but he got a lot of help from Barbara first. And these, if you get your list of 10 out, these are Barrett Rosenshine's 11 teacher behaviors and student that result in student achievement. The first one is clarity of your instruction. Second one is to varying your pedagogic approach, not just teaching the same way every time. Teach with enthusiasm. Who knew? Being businesslike and task orientated, just not being a bit shabby and just making the most of the time. Using success criteria, using student ideas and stuff that might come along, generally indirectly, stuff that you didn't realize was going to help you but might help you, being open to that, being able to deliver really good criticism of teachers, of pupils' work, and supporting their learning, structuring your comments to support children to understand how they can improve their learning, different types of question, not just asking the same types of question all the time, really probing and getting underneath pupils' thinking and really pushing them to think hard, and finally making sure you get the level of difficulty of instruction just right, what you might call the Goldilocks level of difficulty of instruction, not too hard, not too easy, but just spot on. So those are the 11 teaching behaviors which lead to student achievement that Barrett Rosenshine identified in 1971, some 54 years ago. And what we're going to look at a bit later is the ones that I found. When we got near the end of the process of writing the books, and it was an extraordinary process. I was still working quite a lot for Tom Sherrington and doing my own work during last autumn, but I didn't do an interview. And I didn't make a visit until the 4th of October. My first visit was the 4th of October. The deadline for the copy for my manuscript was January the 6th. So I had almost exactly 3 months. And I wrote 177,000 words in 3 months, and met the deadline by I got the manuscript to them about 5 to 5 on the 6th of January 2025. And we really wanted to get it done because we wanted it to be there for the conference season. I spoke about it at the Festival of Education, and we got the first copies in my grubby mitts around the middle of June. But that was hard work, and it was tricky stuff. So quite near the end of the process, Crow House contacted me, and David Bowman contacted me, and Bev Randall, and said, why don't we call it This Much I Know About Truly Great Teaching, rather than This Much I Know About Truly Great Teachers and what we can learn from them? And I made the point that actually, if I call it This Much I Know About Truly Great Teaching, it will just be another book where Tomsett pontificates about what he thinks truly great teaching is. And that really wasn't the point of the project at all. What I really wanted to do was celebrate the humanity of the process and celebrate truly great teachers. I think that was really, really important to me. And so we kept it with This Much I Know About Truly Great Teachers and what we can learn from them, which is much more in the spirit of the things. I think I'm at that stage now in my career, and you'll have seen all the books I've written. If you tracked what I've done in the last few years, most of my stuff now is about using my platform for other people. I'm not that bothered about myself, but I know there are lots of unsung heroes out there who are doing the business day in, day out, in the darkest corners of the classrooms, in the shortest days of the year, in November and December, who are doing great stuff. And I want to give a platform to those people rather than talk about myself, really. So that's another reason why I wanted to stick with the original title. So what did I find out? What are my behaviors and attitudes that I think are essential to students making really good progress? So I think first one is for you to teach with enthusiasm, right? Number one, right up there. Who knew that to teach with enthusiasm was centrally important for children making progress? Because if you're bored by what you're teaching, then what hope the students, what hope the children in front of you if you're dulled by what you do? and it was really important. And I found, and I talk a lot really about student voice. I've always been ambivalent about the power and the usefulness of student voice, but on this project, going around and interviewing the students, I found it absolutely enlightening. They absolutely knew what helped them learn. And the other thing, which I want to repeat again and again and again, is that I never realized until I did this project how much they mimic you in every single way, right? What you do affects what they do to a much greater extent than I ever realized. So teach with enthusiasm, then they'll be enthusiastic too. And this guy, Gary Littlewood, he's such a brilliant teacher. He used to be head of curriculum for me and head of food at Huntington. I went back and saw him, and I watched him teach a year 8 lesson. And Gary is just superb. He's a superb food teacher and thinker about curriculum. And like I say, there only a cardboard cutout could fail to be excited about making bread rolls with Gary. And he did this demo, and he was really performing, and everybody was having fun. And I'm sitting there, and he's got all these 20-year 8s around his table, and he's got the 6 lump. He's got his lump of dough, and he's chopped it into 6. He's going to make 6 bread rolls, and he stands there, and he just starts rolling a piece of dough with his hand. He said, if you're really, really good, you can get perfectly round balls just like that one. And if you're amazing like me, you can do 2 at once. And I'm guffawing in the background, and he's half giggling. And we had just so much fun. And he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's so enthusiastic about his subject. So the second one is explaining things with clarity. And I think there's a book or 2 to give away, Jonathan, isn't there? And if you need more copies, just let me know, because I've got a few to give away myself. But explaining things with clarity. Now, this is Helen Digger, and there's a prize for anybody who can put in the chat or tell me what phase of education she teaches. Right? If you let Jonathan know, or however this is working, because Helen Digger, Mrs. Digger, is an early years teacher. Right? If it was in a David Williams book, you couldn't make it up. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And so, what was so good about watching early years, and if you're a secondary on the call, get into primary and get into early years to watch. I think the most skillful teaching. If I was in charge of education in this country now, I would pour all the money I could into early years, because that's where it begins. And by the time they reach us in secondary, the die is cast, and we're just playing catch up, which is almost impossible. Start at the beginning and teach well right at the start. It's brilliant. So, and she was just brilliant. The clarity with which you have to explain everything in early years is magnified tenfold, because there are so many opportunities for the young 4-year-olds to misinterpret what you want them to do. So I had 5 4-year-olds in front of me talking about Mrs. Digger when I did the pupil voice thing, and it was quite hilarious. I think it's my favorite part of all the books. It's in the primary book, obviously. And when I said to the children on this project, look, I'm writing a book about your teacher, they got unbearably excited and would say, oh, can we be in the book? Can we be in the book? And I said that to the 5 4-year-olds, nothing, not a blink. Emily said, I must remember my party invitations. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's fine. That's really helpful. And I said, okay, what makes Mrs. Digger such a great teacher? Oscar said, I had 2 birthdays before I was 3. Okay. Really? And it was just like that. In the end, we found out that Mrs. Digger was a truly great teacher because they got hot chocolate at Forest School. Well, obviously, if you get hot chocolate off your teacher, she must be truly great. It was just brilliant. What I learned was just how wonderfully confident these young people were, and that confidence comes from having a brilliant teacher like Helen Digger. So, explain things with clarity. The third thing was vary your pedagogic practice. And one of the things I loved about the project was that I interviewed people. I spent days with people who were 24, just into their career, and Mary here, who was 66, and she's taught in special needs for 40 odd years. And she had 4 year 9s. She had 3 other women in the room. All were non-verbal, all were somewhere on the ASD, extraordinarily challenging. And in 90 minutes, the variation of what she did was extraordinary. And so, you know, I put that there. She's teaching in a special needs environment, but it's the same for everybody. To vary your pedagogic practice is crucial. And if you notice, you've been observant, these 3 and the next one and the next one, I think, are all exactly the same as Barrett Rosenshine 54 years ago. Be organised and purposeful. Louise Booth works at Fulford School. She's just retired. She's been teaching. She's just turned 60. She's 61 coming up. Has been teaching all her life. Born to teach. Used to line up her dollies in her bedroom and teach them when she was about 5 or 6. And she was just so organised, and the students couldn't praise her enough. And actually, every single teacher was. It's extraordinary. So, the other thing I found out was that the pupils know who the lead swingers are, right? They know the ones who aren't really doing the business and who are a bit sloppy. Now, this is such an interesting thing. I'm just reading at the moment, but I'm reading for the second time, the third time, Ron Berger's An Ethic of Excellence, and there's a great line in this about expectations, and I think it's really, really interesting. I've never met a school. I've never been to a school, met a teacher, met a head teacher who doesn't say we've got the highest expectations for our students. Then you go into classrooms and you see children doing the Ken Robinson stuff, filling in really, really poor worksheets downloaded that morning from Twinkle. And I mean, Ron Berger says in An Ethic of Excellence, although almost every school in America claims to have high expectations for every student, few schools actually do. And I think that's true. So when you do find all these 19 teachers had genuinely high expectations of every child, and Freya Jamil was just brilliant. And interesting, you know, she's year 6, third year into teaching down in Peterborough, and when she gave instructions for pupils, she wouldn't repeat them. She gave them twice. Gave them 3 minutes to do what she's asked them to do, or 2 minutes, whatever, and then just stood there while they did it. And if they came up to her and said, "Miss, what do we have to do? Do you have to do this?" She would say, "I've told you twice, go and do it." And they would soon learn not to go and ask her. It was amazing. And that then transfers into everything else she did. And when I interviewed the pupils, there was this young lad, a gorgeous young lad, and he said, "My dad was very pleased that I had Miss Jamil in year 5 and I've got her now in year 6. I said, "Well, why is that?" "Because she's very good at mathematics." I said, "Are you good at mathematics?" And he said, "Pretty much expert." I just loved it. That confidence you got from massively, genuinely high expectations. She's brilliant. So checking for understanding. This is crucial, and I talk about this, and a lot of the work I do with Tom Sherrington is about checking for understanding in the classroom, making sure that students have learned what you've taught them. It happened all the time, and this lovely young teacher, only in her 2nd year, but such faith as the head teacher got in her that she's already teaching year 6. And what she has is this thing that Tom and I and Matt Stone call situational assessment. And the radar all the time. She has an insight map about the whole class. Who knows what? And she intervenes relentlessly. And this is really closely connected to number 8 with Chris McGray, which I'll talk about in a second. But she's on it all the time. She has her radar on. It's never off. She's never at her desk doing her emails while she sets some work. She's on it all the time with situational assessment, understanding who knows what and what to do about it. I think understanding the content, number 7, is absolutely crucial. Having a really deep understanding of what you're teaching, because then you can adapt your teaching. And Jack Bream, that I've worked with before at Huntington, talking to Jack, and I think she's a phenomenal teacher, but also she's taught 4 different subjects to A-level. She's trained as a history teacher. She's taught history, she's taught media studies, she's taught actually 5 A-levels She taught English language to A-level, English literature, media studies, and she's also taught EPQ. So is it 5? I can't remember. It's like 5 or 6 subjects to A-level. Just extraordinary work ethic. I feel really nourished by doing the work and the prep for those subjects. I think that's really key. Now, helping individual pupils, similar to Maddie, really. But this guy here, Chris McGrade, I think he's the best maths teacher I've ever met. He teaches maths in the biggest school in Scotland, Holyrood School in southern Glasgow, in the south area of Glasgow. Incredible, just incredible school. And he's an incredible teacher. So I'm quite decent at maths. I've got a decent grade at A-level in maths. I can do maths. He did a starter for his, what you would in England be a lower 6th group, the first year of hires in Scotland. He did a starter that I didn't even understand. That was extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. And I watched him teach, and he did some things that were quite. Oh, sorry, there's my cat. There were some things he did that I would never do. So he set this starter that was really hard. He walked around the room, in and out the desks, 30 in the class. And then at the end, he went through the maths, did it really quickly. He had to hang onto his coattails to keep up with him. And then he said, okay, hands up who's got that right. And that's the last thing you do. And I thought, because, you just go, yeah, I got it right, even if you got it wrong. And I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it. And the thing is, I said to him afterwards, I said, Chris, the reason I reckon you can do that is because you know exactly who's got it and who hasn't got it and who's got it right. And they would never, ever lie to you about whether they could do it or not, because they know you already know, and you're just getting a big room full check. He said, yeah, that's exactly right. He said, I don't sweat the small stuff. I just keep big picture. I sweat the small stuff. It's about the maths. I'm not, he wasn't too interested in the lad. He says it was the first lesson of the day. The lad who was eating his breakfast, it was driving me mad. He just said, what have you got in your bagel? Cream cheese. Oh, that's boring. Anyway, let's talk about the maths. He didn't sweat the small stuff. He just stuck with the maths and the stuff that mattered. Amazing guy. And when I got home, he on Twitter, he put this. So 2 years before, he'd tweeted out about teaching between the desks. It's now a mantra for me. Teaching between the desks. Be interested in the work, provide feedback and encouragement. Talk to every pupil in every lesson. Resist the urge to sit at your desk. Teach between the desks. Quite extraordinary. Number 9. Well, Tom Bennett and I, probably when we meet in September, in a couple of weeks at Research Ed, I'm going to talk about this stuff. We have our annual row about why it's really important that you underpin all your work in the classroom based upon positive working relationships, but every single teacher said the same. And I went and saw Megan Bull. So Megan Bull is a year 2 teacher at Alexandria Park in Stockport. And the week before Christmas, or the week before Christmas, the week before the last week of term, I'd gone and done some work in Manchester for their trust, and Phil, the head at Alexandria Park, I'd mentioned this book, I was writing this book, and he came up to me at the end of my talk and said, I'd love you to come and watch Megan Bull next week before Christmas. And I said, it's too much. I've got the deadline. I'm online. I've done all my interviews now. I've just got to write the stuff up. I've got January 6th as a deadline. And I went home and I thought, if Phil, as a head of a research school, has asked me to go and see a teacher, I should go and see that teacher. So when I saw Megan Bull, and I think she's one of the most extraordinary teachers I've ever met. And the students, the pupils, year 2 pupils, absolutely love her. And I sat with 6 of them, really close proximity, asking them about her. And I said, okay, what makes Miss Bull great? And this Isla, this girl in the front, said to her mate, she said, well, I just love her. I love her. I think she's lovely. And I've got her for the whole year. It was just extraordinary. And there was this girl, Lisa, who was getting really upset about the boy next to her, and she's about to boil over. And Megan saw it, and she went and had a chat. And then Lisa perked up, and then she asked Lisa a question for the whole class to hear. Lisa got the answer right, and we averted the crisis. And when I asked Megan what she'd done, well, she said, I knew that Lisa loved rabbits. And we were talking about week before Christmas, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And I asked her who she thought would be softer and furrier, Rudolph or her rabbit. And that was enough to avert a mini Lisa crisis. So building those positive working relationships by knowing your students really well is absolutely key. And finally, and controversially, because I had 9 teacher behaviours and attitudes, and it's always good to have around 10. This is the other one. This is my 10th, controversially maybe, but every single one of these teachers, every single one, worked really hard. As clear as day, they worked hard. And again and again and again and again and again, the pupil said, we work hard for Miss So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so because they work hard for us and we don't want to let them down. And I didn't realize the reciprocity of that relationship. But then I started thinking about the first person that I interviewed for the book. I didn't go and visit. I interviewed my old teacher who taught me English A-level, who got me to university, Dave Williams, 68 or 69 now, I think Dave is. I'm still good mates with him. If I want to laugh myself silly for half an hour, I'll ring Dave up because he's one of the funniest blokes I know. And we talked about how hard he worked, and we talked about how the fact that he had a deal with us that if we handed the essay in, we would get it back within a week, and he never let me down. He never let us down over 2 years. And I worked really hard for Dave because he cared enough to work hard for me, and I think that's so important. I was in a classroom just in June, and I was in a Year 6 classroom, and where Year 6 are off the SATs. There was a supply teacher in the Year 6 room, and he got his clicker and the slides were on the board, and he was down in his seat, lower and lower, sliding down in his seat. And as he was sliding down in his seat, I watched around the room, and you just see pupil after pupil do exactly the same. Right, so even at that level, even your body language, they're replicating. So those are my 10. I'll give you 30 seconds to compare my 10 with your 10, and I'd love to know in the chat or in the questions afterwards, are there any you think I've missed that you've got and I haven't? And going out to watch those teachers.
Hi, John.
Okay.
I went through some of those, and I put high expectation, lifelong learning. So you're continuing learning.
Yeah. Always trying to get better. That's other people have said that one. Yes.
I also got adaptability, so you can change things quite quickly.
Yes.
Basically, it's like your assessment part, isn't it? So you're.
Yeah, you can only do that if you've checked for understanding in the first place.
Yeah. Empathy, fairness.
Yeah, all that in positive working relationships.
Collaboration. Reflective practice as well. So
yeah,
I love this. I mean, I'm a fan of the book. I read the book at the beginning of the holiday, and I shared it widely and whatever. And in some ways, this is why we are, in some ways, invited you to come and talk about it, because actually, I love pedagogy and why we are into being teachers. And actually, these are all the things I'm looking back in my career and I'm thinking, I get this. This makes complete sense.
Extraordinary. I'm going to carry on for a little bit. I've got 4 or 5 more slides because I've 1 or 2 more points to make. That's my mate Tom. I started teaching with Tom when I became head teacher at Lady Lumley School up in Pickering, and I talked to him about the project. And Tom said to me immediately, he's a great teacher, idiosyncratic teacher, but a brilliant teacher. And Tom said to me, I bet they're just left to get on with it. He said, I bet there's no diktat from above, from the mat about how to teach. They're just left to get on with it. And I said to Tom, kind of yes and no in that. And I put the walkthroughs there in the middle, but it could be anything about precise instruction and expert instruction. These people are really good at the very detailed precision of their teaching and the pedagogy, which frees them up to be themselves and really enjoy themselves. Right, I think it's a combination of the two. These aren't just maverick performers. They're not maverick performers. They know exactly why they're doing what they're doing when they're doing it. I would say they're very deliberate teachers, but who are deeply committed to the children they teach. Right, and I think that's part of the deal. But they're not just mavericks left to get on with it. And if they have autonomy, it's earned autonomy because they're also very precise in their practice and expert in their practice. The other thing I'd say, a couple more things to say, is that they were really happy. Right, I was in classrooms that were full of students. There was little or no absence, and everybody was enjoying being there in one way or another. It was extraordinary. And then, this is what Rob says at the end in the intro to the book. He said, look, of course a single numerical value doesn't capture anything. No one has ever claimed it could or should. Well, we had that conversation last September. I'm going to meet up with Rob this September, and I'm do this presentation a year on to talk about where they are. I'm interested to know where they've got to. And what I agree and what I say in the book is that what we've done is actually, it's two sides of the same coin, right? So if your pupils are making really good progress, you're probably showing the behaviors and attitudes, my 10 that I've shown, and if you're that I've identified, if you've got the beliefs and the actions and the behaviors that I've identified, your pupils will make good progress, because every one of the teachers I saw, their pupils were making extraordinary progress. So the first one I saw, which is Susie Marston in the secondary book, she's a drama teacher. For those of you who understand progress measures, her progress measure is plus 2.8 an average for the last decade. What that means is, that's her P8 score. Her pupils, her students, when they take their GCSE drama, they make nearly 2.8 grades, nearly 3 grades higher than they're predicted on FFT, right? On average over a decade. It's extraordinary, right? So, but she does all these things that I've shown. She's a really deliberate teacher, works unbelievably hard, really precise, is very organized, blah blah blah. So I think they're two sides of the same coin. And I think what, if you go back to that slide, the paragraph I'm most pleased with in these books is this paragraph, because I think we have to get back to a place where we're expert but enjoying it. And we have to make, if we're going to get really good teachers, and we're going to and solve the recruitment crisis, and we're going to get solve the attendance crisis for pupils, we have to make classrooms really interesting, joyous places to be. And this is what I wrote in the end. Our education system is suffering post-COVID from low pupil attendance rates and poor pupil behaviour, and parents and children no longer live by the imperative that pupils must attend school. This is a world where university education is no longer a guarantee of meaningful employment, and where the internet is seen all too often as the easy-to-access source of all knowledge. Is it possible we have forgotten just how crucial it is to entice pupils into the learning process? We no longer feel an obligation to encourage them to join our learning communities, and we think we can just give them a knowledge organizer, a glue stick, and 5 hours of low-level admin tasks and call that teaching. And I think that's what I've loved about meeting these people, is that in the right conditions, in the right culture, brilliant, joyous, happy things are happening. And I'll finish my last slide with Jack Bream. I asked Jack whether she wanted to go into leadership and if she had ambitions for leadership, and she just said this: I just want to do teaching. That's all. That's it. And yes, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I've done 28 years and I still love my job. How many people can say that? So there you go. I think it's been a joyous experience. I'm very proud of the books in a way that I've not felt before, and I just think it celebrates some brilliant people, and it's something we can just be joyous about. That's my shtick.
Well, thank you. Love that. And actually, the quote just says it. Actually, it's the love of teaching. I was talking to a group of head teachers the other day, and it's sort of like, there is a definite love for teaching, and we've got to preserve it and keep creating more good teachers that can do that. So I loved your whole chat, and it was very inspirational. And hopefully our school leaders will love it as well. We've had some.
I hope so. Honestly, if there's anything I can do to help, I'm a man of a certain age now. My aim now in the very fag end of my career is just to pass on what modicum of knowledge and wisdom I might have. And if there's any resources I can give people, any stuff they want, you only have to contact me. It's all there. I'm not worried about it at all. I just want to help because I've got new plans. I've got a new project lined up.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Yeah. So it's about. And that's why I'm reading An Ethic of Excellence again. It's about I recently, Jonathan, I recently went on a course about how to make an oak and ash stool, right?
Okay.
And so I have in one day I made a beautiful oak and ash stool, absolutely gorgeous. I'm very proud of it. Anybody who comes to our house has to look at it. And it's so nice that our mate asked me to make two for her. And then I realized I wouldn't have a clue where to start. So really what I've done is glue one together. I worked out. So I've been back in touch with the woodworker who takes the course, and I'm starting to talk to people like Ron Berger. And I'm gonna do a book about teacher turned learner. What learning how to make a stool for real, and then what I bring to that about my knowledge of learning, how it helps me understand learning from the learner's perspective. And I'm just got to tidy one or two things up and sign the book deal, and then that'll be out in about 2 years' time. Because I'm going to do it. I'm going to learn how to do it properly over time and write it almost in real time. So we'll see. That's what I'm into now.
I love that. I mean, I said before when we chatted this morning, I read all your blogs when I was a head teacher. I found them so useful.
Thank you.
And actually inspiring, and actually helped you get through. I mean, some of the topics you covered were quite meaty topics at the time, and actually, as I said, I've read quite a few of your books as well, and I read the last one, and it goes back to that. I love teaching. I still love teaching. I still love that feeling of being in front of a group of children and just passing on or getting them to be curious about something.
Exactly.
The early years teacher coming out of me, but there you go.
I love it. See, I think early years is the best thing. I think it's the most skillful, tricky teaching. I think it's very artful and very conscious and deliberate, but you have to be there in the moment because you never know when that learning moment is going to happen with those young children. I think and I would give all the funding I could muster into early years. Right? I started in sixth form college, but I've realised that early years is where it's at. I've deep respect for anybody who can teach early years.
I totally agree. I was a year 6 teacher, and then I went down to nursery, and I just loved it. I've had many conversations about things. Anyway, there's been some great comments. I'm going to hand it over to Jackson now, and felt like he can. Some of those comments are amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John, the lifelong learner, the forever teacher. Thank you so much. That's how you know he's a legend. He says, listen, I'm done being a leader. I'm going to go back to being a student again. And that's the true epitome of leadership. Forever learning, forever young at heart. Thank you so much for your wisdom.
Thank you. Take care.
Amazing.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank you so much. It's been a privilege.
Excellent.
You're very welcome.
I'll say goodbye. Goodbye. See you. Take care.
Take care. Wow, this is truly amazing. It's been such an amazing time. We've heard so much. Listen, it's 4:05, Jonathan. Look at where we are right now, huh? What's a day? A round of a 5 in the comments below for those of you still with us. Wow. I
mean, the whole thing is we want, as John was saying, it's not really about anything else. We want to give back to as many school leaders and support them as much as possible. And we know that community is the key to do that. And actually sharing ideas and getting in the community and actually just be nice to each other. So this is the whole day about it. So
exactly. Well, this is great.
Oh, this is incredible.
Loads of five. And thank you so much for being with us. At the beginning of the day, we did a poll where your confidence is 1, 2, or 3. Has it improved? If it has improved, I want you to put your previous number and your current number. So if you were a 1 and you've gone up to a 2, please put it in the comments below. If you're a 2, you've gone up to a 3, put it in the comments below. Would love to see whether we've somehow boosted your confidence with the magic formula that is the school leaders community. And congratulations to everybody who has signed up to the school leaders community. We'd like to give you a big raha welcome. Oh, we have a 2.5 that's gone up to a 3. Excellent. A 1.5 to a 2, 2 to a 3. Yes, this is what it's all about. Growth, transformation in an afternoon. Imagine being part of this mission and this community for a whole year and beyond. Wow, Lucy, you must be elated seeing all the comments from the amazing delegates of this amazing lead.
Do you know what, Jackson? It's just been really emotional, actually, to see everybody's messages. I've had so many people, so many of you guys have messaged me during these fantastic and inspirational speakers this afternoon, saying how great it is to be a part of the community. We've had loads of new members join. Thank you so much to everybody for your engagement, your involvement. You guys are fabulous. And as Jackson said right at the beginning, you are all amazing. You do a fantastic job. And we need to start celebrating that together. And it's lovely to see that some of you have gone from a lower number to a higher number, which is fabulous in terms of how confident you're feeling now that we've gone through these speeches this afternoon. We really hope that that is what we're all here to do together, is to look after each other, to support each other, to give people the tools and the information that you need as easily and quickly and efficiently as we can. That's what being a great community is all about, is helping each other. You know, we're all doing the same job, we're just in different buildings. So it's been brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody.
This is amazing. Truly, truly amazing. Well, thank you so much to everybody for joining us. I believe that John and Lucy will be taking us through the final closing remarks of today's session and taking us on the agenda for tomorrow. Listen, for those who've missed it, tell them to come and join tomorrow because there's going to be more magic. Over to you, John and Lucy.
Thank you, Jackson. You have been fabulous. Can we give Jackson a 5 in the comments? Because hasn't he been fantastic? I feel ready to go back. I mean, let's face it. Everybody give him a 5. I think he deserves it. You've been fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brilliant. And so tomorrow we got another great day. And really what I love about it tomorrow is we got Kate Obridge to start off with. If you know her on Twitter and X, she shares so much advice and how to do it. And actually, it's going to be a real privilege to actually listen to her talk about how will you make it matter. And actually, she has so much inspiration on that. And then we got Caroline and Andrew talking about codified leadership. Really looking forward to that. Really habits and skills and everything that we need to do that. And then Richard, who used to work with Andrew as well. He's been a head teacher for 4 years. He's done a transformational job. And actually, he's going to talk about his journey on that. And I can't wait for that. And then we got our partners coming on to do a 10-minute demonstration of a load of the products that are coming on. Do join the community.
Yeah, it's going to be such an exciting day. And it's thanks to these guys, our sponsors, that the event has been able to go ahead and that we've been able to do it free of charge for you all. So please do support them. They're coming on and they've got 10 minutes each to give you a quick product demo. So if you're looking for a solution for your school or your community, please do come and have a look because there's some really fabulous partners here. All of our recommended partners are hand-picked by us. We see every product demonstration. We get to know every single product that we chat about. So these guys have got some great stuff. Do come and join us. And as Jonathan said, we've got such fabulous speakers. tomorrow. So if you're still feeling a little bit unsure about starting back at school, maybe you've still got some questions you want us to cover, do remember you can always ask. If you're a member of the community now, you can go into the community and you can create your own post and ask a question yourself, or you can go up to the little chat message and you can ask our AI agent, which is a school leader AI agent, and it will give you lots of answers. So there's lots of opportunities for you to ask questions, both in the community and also tomorrow. We will do our best to cover them all. I have saved one that was asked earlier on today. I will do my best to answer that one tomorrow. So if that was you and we haven't answered your question, I haven't forgotten you. We will get back to you. So thank you so much, everybody. And a big thank you to Jackson, who has been absolutely fabulous. We've really enjoyed having you here, and we'll miss you tomorrow, Jackson. It's just John and I.
I definitely will miss you all. Thank you so much for the messages and all the positive feedback. And some people have connected with me on LinkedIn as well. And listen, I'm part of the family. I will be creating content for the platform as well, because I know that this is a beautiful mission with a bunch of beautiful, amazing people. You are truly amazing. Remember, together we stand, divided we fall. Continue to support one another because you are truly amazing.
Oh, fabulous. Big thank you. Thank you so much, Jackson. And thanks again to all of our fantastic speakers. Every single one of you have been superb. We're really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow again at 12 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
The future of school leadership. Come and join us.
Leadership can be a very, very lonely journey. And this is why it's so important to be in the right space with the right people in order for you to have the right information to make the life of leadership a lot easier. This is why this platform is the way forward, because you're able to get the real-time solution you need for your specific issues.
Keeping up with the latest from the Department of Education and Ofsted can feel like a full-time job in itself. That's why we distill the noise and bring you clear, relevant updates without the jargon.
This role that you are in, it asks for you to make wise decisions. You can't make wise decisions when you're busy, and you're back to back the whole time. It's impossible.
The Head Teacher Chat have been able to work with many people over the many years, and I know this is the space that's going to give you what you need to take your leadership game to another level.
Anyone else feeling completely burnt out? I can't switch off. I'm neglecting my health. I'm on anxiety medication. This can't go on. Is it normal for head teachers to feel like this? And so we put that question into Ask Charlie to see what strategies he would come up with. And as you can see, he's come up with some great ideas. And sometimes all you need is a little bit of help and support and guidance to signpost you in the right direction. But there are head teachers who are hitting breaking point. And it goes back to, put your own oxygen mask on first. Look after yourself. You are very important. You are respected. Our community will look after you.
It's been good to have a private space where you can go and ask questions with like-minded people.
If I don't care for myself, then I'm giving from an empty. No, I know we use that phrase a lot, but I'm giving from an empty cup, and I can't. So it's, again, I do think it's a mindset thing. I think people get stuck into that way of giving all the time, and realizing the first person you must give to, and it's not selfish, is yourself. It has to be. It really has to be.
What has love got to do with leadership? Well, love is compassion. Love is creativity. Love is thinking about what the other person needs and being able to bring up a solution. And that's exactly what Jonathan and Lucy have been doing. I've been watching them for a long while now. I started following them on Twitter, and I realized that they do have love for leadership, they have love for education, and they have love for who you are as an individual. Education is a very, very tough gig, and the fact that you are in this space supporting leaders is amazing. So thank you very much for creating loving and amazing support community. Can't wait to see you both and everybody else on the 27th and 28th of August.
Sign up today by scanning our QR code below.